Right, I should probably play some music for you guys and make this less boring. Let's go get some of our music. By the way, we have new songs in progress. They'll be ready in a week or two. Um, one cover and one original. But you guys will get to see those in a week or two. Let me put this on properly. There we go. And now we're gonna play. There we go. I'm all by myself in Discord. You guys want to come hang out? Come hang out. I appreciate it. You know, things and stuff.
You can run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. You know the angel's gonna cut you down. Sooner or later she'll cut you down. Go tell that lion you're a traitor. Go and tell that evil raider. Tell the shambler, the gambler, the bit biter. Tell him the angel's gonna cut him down. Tell him the angel's gonna cut him down. Well, my goodness gracious, let me tell you the news. My main's been wet with the morning dew. I've been down on bended knee, talking to the man from stable 43. She spoke to me, voice so full of good.
Doing fine.
I thought I heard the shuffle of the angels' hooves.
Yeah, got the first vaccine jab on Saturday there.
She said, "Pony, go and do my will. Go tell that lion
Next one's not until October.
Go and tell that evil raider. Tell the shambler, the gambler, the bit fighter.
So looking forward to getting that. Just want to get the second one and to be fully vaccinated.
The angel's gonna cut him down. You can run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. You know the angel's gonna cut you down. Sooner or later she'll cut you down. You may throw your rock and hide your hand, working in the dark against your fellow mare. But sure as Celestia made day and night, what's down in the dark will be brought to the light. You can run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. You know the angel's gonna cut you down. Sooner or later she'll cut you down. Go tell that lion-eared traitor. Go and tell that evil raider. Tell the shambler, the gambler, the bit biter. Tell him the angel's gonna cut him down. Tell him the angel's gonna cut him down. Tell him the angel's gonna
Hopefully I'll be
down.
hopefully I'll be going to Cider Fest next year if all goes well and I have the money saved up.
I don't know anything about this year. I still haven't heard panels, vendors, community guests, nothing. I'd like to go. One of the higher tier badge patrons has reserved for me a room, and I'm like, that's cool. I don't know if I'm going yet or not. And it's no offense to Charlie. It's that, you know, I promised you guys I would only go to conventions if I was presenting work. Well, that means I need to have at least one panel and a vendor table or multiple panels before I'm willing to go, because that's the only way I'd be presenting work.
True.
So I'm personally like, you know, I'd like to know what's going on. I know stuff's behind. I know Charlie had some personal issues, and you know, that's fair. I'm here for him, but the silence is killing me.
There was a bird from Lusa to the wasteland did it roam, carrying out swift justice. To him I sing this ode. Along with a great spirit, he struck down every foe. Safety in the wasteland, to him we hat of red and black.
Shot the ruinous raiders, too numerous to list, carrying out justice with his revolver in his fist.
Through the toxic skies, he scoped his shot to fall. Each and every lawless raider feared his mighty call. Red and black, red and black. The bird found loose, wore a hat of red and black. He's got raised
Oi.
Hey, Darth, how you been?
I'm good. I just thinking of, wishing you luck. And I'm assuming you have you have FOE tonight, if I'm not mistaken. Correct?
Yeah, we're playing FOA tonight. We're doing the pre-stream hangout where you guys can come in and hang out and ask questions, and we got some announcements tonight too.
Ooh. I regret that I haven't picked up. I haven't gone back to the book to the
Well,
book
you're
in
gonna
a
want
while.
to after I announce stuff before we start the actual stream part of this. Otherwise, you're gonna be like, "Oh shit."
Justice in a world
Mm.
full of ugly. If asked, Alguazil would say.
Wait, I'm confused. Are you meaning that the news is going to make me want to go read, or will I want to go back and read so I will be impacted by this news?
Yes.
What he said.
Okay. Sorry. Wait. So, I'm curious. Is this in canon with is this in canon with K-Cats?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a
Hold
different timeline entirely.
No, it's
though.
the same timeline.
Really?
Really?
It's just it's one generation before Pip comes out of the stable when the wasteland is at its worst.
Oh.
Oh shit.
Well, I knew it was I know it's on the same timeline. It's just a different one. Like it's
Time
Not too
period
far.
and timeline are two
Period.
different things.
Yeah.
Right.
Period.
words get mixed up with me.
Yeah. So how? So is this like a few years, a year before
One
Pip?
generation.
Oh right, yeah. It's 100. That's at least 100.
A generation is not 100 years. It's 10.
Oh.
Why do you think we have the
Oh.
50s and the 60s and the 70s and the 80s and all of them have different
Okay.
generations? It's about 10 to 20 years. I'm not
Oh.
giving you a specific timeline because I don't want to. I'm saying one generation so you have a time range.
Oh yeah, I get it. Understandable though. Admittedly, math is not my strong suit. I'm sorry.
You're bad.
I
Boom.
have a non-verbal learning disability, you butt.
Boom.
Boop.
I will get Ed in here, and he will do much worse than me just booping you. Oh, actually, no. Wait, you'd probably enjoy that. Never mind. Anyway, though. But seriously. So
Words.
what initially inspired you to make Wandering Sunrise, like the character? Like, what was your original idea? And I'm assuming, has it gone from has she grown from your in a different direction from your idea?
She's all the parts of me I can't be. She's literally everything I can't be.
I'm assuming I do not want to ask for details, but I will take your word at it.
So, a war criminal?
No, but close.
I would say like loving to an absolute fault. All love I believe all loving hero is the trope for it.
I mean, her virtue is mercy.
Yeah.
She's literally
And you-
everything I can't be.
yet, I remember hearing once in a D&D is like when you play a character, you put a little bit of yourself in, like how you play a character often reflects the person, the virtues of the person.
Well, when you make a D&D character, it's one of three things. It's
Mhm.
either a joke or a meme, something that,
Yeah.
you're just goofing off with.
Yeah.
It's a reflection of yourself, or it is a reflection of the person you want to be but cannot be.
True.
Those are the three outcomes from the vast majority of D&D characters.
True.
Or it's based
But
on someone else, and it's your imperfect interpretation of that someone else, which is fine because all interpretations.
I mean,
Um,
I mean,
because
I
all interpretations of any work are always flawed compared to the original creation.
fair enough. But I'm just saying, like, did you have like original direction for Wandering Sunrise?
It was written to be horrible, but not horribly written.
But I'm sorry if I'm hogging questions. I apologize.
No, I didn't even hear what the question was. Stargazer just yelled over me.
Oh,
I don't know.
it's like, did you have like an original like vision for like the character? You know what I mean? Like you're thinking, oh, my character's gonna go this way, and then they go a completely different direction, mainly due to the story and the events that happened.
I didn't intend for the character to have a lover. That changed. I did not intend for the character's parents to spoiler. I did not intend to be a mother. I did not intend for the character to be the tank. I did not intend for the character to wear heavy armor initially. That you can blame Nirvana for, actually. Because Nirvana's the one who started going through the book and figuring out how to armor up, and then got me hogtied into it. And then we quickly discovered that I wasn't going to have very good damage output, but by God, I could sit there and soak.
But yeah, like I will say this.
There's a list of things that have happened. They're like, yeah, I didn't make it with this. She wasn't supposed to be green. That was never an intention.
But if it helped, if it helps Fee, and you may deny this all you want, but I think it's true. I think you're a bit more like Wandering Sunrise than you think.
I am not. The best I can do is pretend, and the best you guys can do is try to convince me. But I assure you, 100%, I am not her. And when I am acting her on screen, that is not the person you will interact with in person.
Oh God! I can tell just by interacting with you in voice, and I've seen you in like others' videos and shit. I still want to meet you IRL, by the way. It just conventions don't always have Indiana. We have a great many things. Pony conventions, not one of them. But yeah,
as much as I've learned to know Fee, I still will not trust her in a chem lab.
I'm just sitting here, but yeah, I've been meaning to catch up on your work, Fee, because I say this with all the love in my heart. I remember reading this. I think I've told you this, but if I have, so please stop me, because I have this habit sometimes. Like I say things, like I repeat myself sometimes. I remember reading. I adore the original FOE, but I haven't had any real opinions on other fics. Quite like the ones I have with yours. Like this fic, I love to bits. And it's amazing how quickly I fell for that.
I mean, you haven't finished reading it, so I'm just sitting over
Fair.
here disappointed. No,
Okay, fair.
but in all seriousness, I
I've been
really just
mainly.
want to hear. I really just want to hear people have read it because that's what I need.
hmm
Like when
I
someone comes
admit
in and goes, "Oh, I haven't finished it," I'm just like, and
I
so part of me constantly is like, "What's the point? No one seems to be actually finishing it, so why do I keep writing chapters?" So I really do need
well,
someone to finish it and tell me what they think, rather than just read part of it and assure me it's good. And I'm like, well, that's
I will say this right now though. It's just like it's like I will say this. It's just it's not your fault, Fee. It really isn't. Your work is great. It's just as a human being, a lot of shit in my life has occupies my time.
as a human being, I can sit in a bed for 30 minutes a night and punch through a chapter very easily. As me personally,
Fair point.
that's how I
Fair point.
read most of the books I get now. Is before I go to bed, I just kind of lay in bed, start reading, and then whenever I finally get too sleepy to continue, I dog ear it, drop it on the floor beside the bed, turn over to my phone, and press the button to start the playlist and go to sleep.
Hmm. I should really start doing
Like
that.
that's it is an old but proven process to finish a book.
I know one of the things. Yeah, yeah, like just like read until you can't read anymore. Take a break and
And
then
it
go
only
back to
take
reading.
and it takes 28 days to form the habit of doing that. But now that I've formed
Mm.
the habit, I feel incomplete unless I actually read something or watch something that is either funny or a documentary before I go to bed. Because if I didn't learn something before I go to bed, I feel silly.
I completely understand that, Fee. I completely understand that. Hello.
I I don't know. I mean, I haven't really been
Hey,
upstairs
Arvana,
in
you
a
got
while.
blamed for the reason why Sunrise has armor.
So
All right. Well,
I
That's
I
I
got
nice.
pants on.
Well,
So.
yeah. But yeah.
hold on.
I will say this though, Fee. Heavy armor is badass. Don't let anyone tell you any different. Just like. And I will say this. I love how Sunrise looks in armor. It looks cool.
Are you okay, Arvana?
Hmm.
Thank you,
Me?
Darth. But Arvana, are you okay?
Why would I not be okay?
Well, you said that's nice, like you were mad or something.
Just kidding.
Okay.
Uh, so the question is then, who's to blame for all the explosion powers you have?
Oh, I haven't figured that part out.
I feel like that's a you thing, Fee.
Okay, Darth. You don't have to comment on everything.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Mm.
Just there are other people here now, and they probably should have a turn to talk.
Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oop.
But,
Yeah, I agree, Snips. Heavy armor's nice until you break out the taser.
oh, ouch. Wait. Why? I think it's because I'm not really sure I fully get it. I think I get it, but not 100%. Like 85, 90 something. Okay. Uh, yeah. So, oh, hmm. Oh, is this me echoing?
No,
Hmm.
a little bit.
Sorry. Ooh. What
Okay.
is your to anyone who has played Fallout? What is your favorite game and favorite faction, and why?
Fallout 2.
Fallout 2.
It is horrifically imperfect.
But you
But,
love it to pieces.
well, there are three distinct, like, I'd say generations of Fallout with games in between.
Mm-hmm.
So you have Fallout 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the in-between games where they were experimenting with stuff that didn't work, like Brotherhood of Steel
The Army
or
of Fiora has a new officer.
Tactics.
Welcome, son.
Tactics.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have Fallout 3, which is where Bethesda took over and things were kind of okay. So you have
Yeah.
Fallout 3 in New Vegas. And that's kind of like the best, that's kind of like the overall best part because you still had great storytelling and you had a game series that transitioned to 3D. And it worked. Kind of.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have Fallout 4, where the storytelling is god-awful.
But the gameplay is at least interesting, and it looks
The
pretty.
gameplay, it's pretty, and the gameplay is passable. Like, there's no point in playing through the game a second time to make a different kind of character. Because you can just keep playing the same character and eventually get all the perks.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no point in playing through the game again. And playing through the game again is exhausting because you don't care about any of the characters. You're not interested. None of the characters make a big enough impression or stick around long enough to be something worth my time. Like, I can't remember any of the original Sanctuary characters' names. I've played through that sequence at least 20 times. The only character I can remember, I can't even, off the top of my head, I can't remember the dude with the hat who constantly goes, another settlement needs your help. But he's the only one of the...
Preston Garvey.
Yeah, Garvey. He's the only one of that original group of 10 who you even remember the name of.
There's Codsworth, Dogmeat.
Codsworth isn't in that group. Dogmeat's not in that group.
Yeah, Cogsworth is from your household.
Codsworth.
But they're not from the group of people. They're not from the first group of people you meet.
Yeah.
Mama Murphy.
Okay, so you remember two.
Mama Murphy.
Hold on. Here's one for you. Who's Mama Murphy's grandson? He's in that group. Who's the mechanic? Who turns out to be a synth? No, not his nickname, his actual name.
Deacon, I think.
No?
I think it's not Deacon. That's another.
Deacon's in the railroad.
Right.
Anyway, I think she just made her.
Yeah, fair enough.
So, but whereas if I go to New Vegas, I can tell you, Sunny Smiles gives me the tutorial for how to use weapons.
Oh yeah, I remember him.
Her.
Oh, I see your point. Right.
Doc Mitchell is the guy who you have.
Yeah, that's the guy I was thinking. Doc Mitchell, the
you
guy.
You have
that
all of
you
2 conversations with Doc Mitchell, but you know exactly who he is.
Yeah, because you know the
first
face you see.
You know who Trudy is. Easy Pete is a goddamn meme.
Oh yeah, but he's the one with all the dynamite.
So you know who they are.
Yeah.
I will say this though. Between Fallout 3 or New Vegas, which would you recommend? Oh, sorry.
Continue. Right, slow down, man. Slow down.
Sorry, I had energy. I was excited.
That's nice. Contain the calamity that is your energy before I come over there and slap your memories.
I understood that reference fully, and I appreciate you.
Whereas in like in Fallout 1 and 2, you remember a bunch of the characters. You remember or at the very least, it's been a while, you do remember what they represented. You remembered Harold. And in Fallout 3, they gave a nod to him. That was kind of nice. But they haven't bothered to do that in Fallout 4 or anything after or 76. There's no nod to any of the original characters. There's no acknowledgement of their existence.
There is actually Fallout 4. There actually is one guy, McCready.
I don't even know who that is.
He was
McCready.
He was
McCready was one of the kids from Little Lamplight in Fallout 3.
Yeah, the mayor, in fact.
But there's no nod to Fallout 1 or 2.
Yeah.
There's no acknowledgement of the. There's no acknowledgement to the games that have done the best in terms of sales and popularity. 1, 2, and New Vegas. in 4.
Yes.
There's only a few tens of pieces of acknowledgement in 3, and I get they're across the country. I get that characters shouldn't really travel that far, and then one of their main story characters is supposed to be believed to have traveled all the way from the Pacific Coast to Boston. No, I'm sorry. You want me to at the same time separate everything that happened on the West Coast as completely separate and completely away from this, and you want me to separate most, if not almost, everything that happened in DC, but you want me to believe one of your main plot point characters traveled from from sea to shining sea in the opposite direction. I'm sorry. No.
In an age that doesn't have, like, you know,
In an age where
vehicular
in an age where walking out to get my breakfast from the crops I
get you
grow is
shot.
lethal. No.
Yeah, to get you shot or
I don't buy it.
Yeah.
But
How
yeah.
about the fact that in all the games, we've only had one working car,
yeah.
while on the other hand, you've got the likes of the Brotherhood
We have,
and
like, airships.
who has
Airships and
vertebrates. Or
And it's like, what? But New Vegas had fully working casinos. Why is Boston, and there's no explanation, there's no justification why Boston has one settlement. There's one.
To be fair, though,
No, there is no to be fair. Boston has one actually functional settlement that you don't have to build. One.
Yeah, Diamond
And
City.
that's Diamond City, and it's not even functional.
But
And
Like when
okay, one of the problems with 4 is they expected the settlement system
to be bigger than it was.
to be more well received than it was, which
Yeah.
means you ended up with Diamond City, the place with the ghouls, and then Bunker Hill as kind of the only real places where, like I said, where there was any kind of build up or development.
Don't forget the castle. Don't forget
Another place you have to build up again because of the settlements.
Yeah,
Fair.
everything is entirely reliant on the player building it, and none of the NPCs in the settlements are even remotely interesting or developed or built up. I guarantee you can visit 4 settlements you built, and in those 4 settlements you will find one settler who looks similar to someone in another one of those settlements, and you will find that you hear the same voice line from at least 3 different people in 3 different settlements. And it's like, this place just sucks. There's nothing here to keep me here beyond what I want to do for my own entertainment. And then they try to, turn everything into the settlement system.
One of the, but yeah, I will say this as a person who's never really played New Vegas or Fallout 3 all the way through. If you had to, pick like I've only ever played Fallout 4. It's my first Fallout game. If you could just take me pick me up and slap me down in front of either Fallout 3 or New Vegas, which would you sit me down in front of?
Neither. I'd put you in front of Fallout 1 and say good luck. I'd hand you the instruction book.
Mm.
And say good luck.
I legit tried to play Fallout 1 one time and died quite a few times through because there was I couldn't figure out how to do the controls at all. I had to it does not hold your hand at all.
No, it doesn't.
Mm.
Also, in regards to the castle in Fallout 4, that's actually tied to a Minutemen quest.
Yeah, fair enough. You have to take it back and build it up. I will admit I like the graphics, but I fully admit it. I do notice the lack of substance of the characters. But say what you will about Fallout 4, at least it's not like the 76.
Okay, let me put it to you this way. If you are playing Fallout for the graphics, you're playing it for the wrong reason.
I mainly just want to have a the real one of the real reasons I liked Fallout is just turning on the Pit Boy radio and just going out and shooting shit.
That's the other thing. Fallout 4 doesn't even have like good radio station. There's no Mr. New Vegas. There's no Three Dog. Just empty.
The one guy from Diamond City.
The one guy from Diamond City, I do not count. He is fucking atrocious.
He is very weak sauce.
I mean, you have to help him get enough confidence to start sounding like a DJ halfway through the game. I'm like, why?
Yeah. He's actually less entertaining that way.
Yeah, he's less entertaining.
Also, hold on. One thing
guys, we're talking over Fee here.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, Fee, the one thing I'm not happy with, some people like the village building system. It's micromanaging to me, and I don't play Fallout to micromanage.
Like, if the creation system meant anything, like, if what I build meant anything, and it doesn't. There's always another settlement that needs your help. There's always another settlement to build. It doesn't actually do or mean anything meaningful for both game mechanics nor story. You can go through the entire game and never touch it. Except for when you have to touch it because they want you to build the fucking teleporter. But otherwise, no one cares.
Yeah.
The main joys I get with Fallout 4 is when I'm just doing my own shit, like wandering around. And I know that for a fact I could just do that in any other Fallout game.
I mean, let's be honest. The only reason why people go back to Bethesda, either Skyrim or Fallout 3 or 4, it's because of the mods.
Yeah, and now there's a team. Hold on, let me see how far they are.
Do you other guys? If you could sit me down and play a Fallout game that isn't Fallout 4, which would you sit me down and play?
Told you, Fallout 1.
Fallout 2. Fallout
I'm
2.
just giving Fee.
Oh yeah, I forgot
Fallout 1. Just have at it.
Hey, Fiora, guess what?
I don't have access to Fallout.
Who has two thumbs and is now MOS queued and going to be out of the fucking military in 2 days? This guy.
Let's go.
You have access to it. You can play it on Steam, and it's Windows 10 compatible.
I don't have Steam, and I don't have the munds to sync into Steam.
Steam is free. How do you not have Steam?
I have Steam. It's just usually Steam. They sell you shit.
Yes.
That's fair. The joke is basically that Steam sales always come for your wallet, and I will I will look away ashamedly because the sales always get me.
Okay, so Fallout 1 is currently $10.
$10.
Yeah, I don't really buy stuff digitally. At least not on a PC. I'm trying to, abstain from purchasing stuff due to, budgetary shit because my dad passed away. He was the main breadwinner. So yeah, I can't really splurge my money too much. So.
I mean, granted, the Steam version is Bethesda censored, which annoys me.
But yeah,
Bethesda censored.
They removed all of the child NPCs. The direct references and imagery that might involve sex has been removed, and there's a whole list of just stuff they removed from the Steam version. There's a mod to fix it, but they just removed a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, and that's when that actually makes me like 2 over the original. Is it had all the sex and drug and hookers.
I mean, there's a reason why I have discs of 1 and 2, and there's a reason why the disc of 2 is signed by all the creators and is on my wall. That's an entirely different story, but the point is, the reason why I have discs is because the discs are the complete game, no patches, no updates, no changes, and no Bethesda censoring.
But yeah,
it's like
if
Bethesda.
Warning! Stream tip overload. All hands, prepare for exploded broken Fiora in 5, 4, 3, 2,
Wait, what?
1. Detonation imminent.
Thank you, Lonzabi, but can I seriously finish
The
this?
Zebra just slapped Fee with 2 pennies.
He just slapped no, he just slapped me with his whole wallet all at once. It was
That's right.
But the point here is that one of the points is Bethesda bought a series, Fallout.
Yeah.
Without actually preparing themselves for the fact that it was a series that says we are fine putting child murder, sex, drugs, alcohol, gratuitous death, and all sorts of things on the screen. No questions asked. This is an R-rated game. Go home. Go home or don't come.
Yeah.
And then tried to, Bethesda friendly it to make it,
which doesn't really work.
And I'm like, no. That's why there's so many mods that add that stuff back to the game. That's why New Vegas has fade to black, yes, and has actual instances where the character can have sex. But the funny part is in the code, it's just a simple change of which EXE it summons to either get the full thing or not. It's kind of hilarious that they actually programmed the full animations in for stuff and I'm like, what? But yeah,
I'll be honest.
In the other server,
we have a game to get to.
Yeah, we do. We do.
It's the reason why the bloody mess part has survived all the Fallout games.
Darth, it can wait.
Once you kill the enemy, they explode into a bloody mess.
Okay, anyway, you guys get to the game. I have a couple announcements to do, and then I'll join you. But it can wait, Darth.
Yeah.
It can wait.
Okay.
Alright, so first announcement. Let's go ahead and flip over to this, where you guys can see this. We have a person who's done some fantastic work since I got home from Everfree. Yeah, some people have been paying attention. And I know who you are. It's everybody, because this has been basically shelved since the original person who was doing all the edits died. But now with MT's help and with Foley's help in knowing how to code a wiki, we have a wiki that's mostly done. I have to do some more work on it. And MT has to do some more work on it because I don't want it to sound like I'm the one that wrote it. And that means that most of it I'm not writing. Thank you, MT. MT's getting paid for this, by the way. So, but Foley is a member of Equestria Daily who noticed we had a wiki and that it had been basically neglected and not anything done with it for 2 years because the person who was working on it died and I don't know what I'm doing. So he has, or she has gone in and Foley has done some fantastic work. Even putting in the spoiler parts where you can highlight and see what's under the spoiler. And this is for the books. This is not for us on the RPG stream, but this is for the books. And this is for you just to have a shorthand to reference things if you need to reference them real quick without having to go back and look through the book. Or if you didn't want to have to read the book, you don't have to necessarily read the book to get a general idea of what's going on. But this has been heavily updated, and Captain, one of our moderators, is looking for moderators for the wiki. They're down to 2 people, and they really need closer to 5. So if it's not paid, but you do, you do get it's like an honorific that's hey, I'm a curator for the wiki. So, if you want to do it, talk to Captain. He's one of the moderators here in the server. He's actually at the top of the MP list on my Discord server. If you scroll up and you'll see his name, Captain, and he's also a server booster who's been boosting us for almost 2 years, and I really should give him more credit than that. But that is the first thing. Fantastic job, and I'm now bragging you up on stream. Foley said everything is that she's finished her work in, so I'm going to refresh again, and it's nice to have this. The other announcement here, I want to encourage people to read. Like, I get it. I write books, and therefore it is in my best interest for people to read. But it's also in my best interest to encourage you to read, and I genuinely need feedback. Because I've still got another several days where I'm not supposed to write anything, about 2 weeks where I'm not supposed to write anything. Or my editors will strike because they have told me that I need a break, and they are enforcing that break by threatening to strike. It's really weird when your employees are threatening to strike to make you go take a break. The point here being this. I would like to do a book club thing where I have 3 books to start with, and then we expand out and we read other stuff. But the point here is read a chapter a week. We come in, we sit down, I have some talking points, and I just listen to you guys talk about it mostly, and I provide the talking points for you guys to talk. I don't have much else developed past that, but I'm open to suggestions. So if you would like to do that, ping me on Discord and let me know. You need to be on Discord because that's how we obviously would host the call. But if you would like to actually be in and doing that sort of thing, where we read a chapter, that's it. That's it. It's one chapter. You don't even have to have read the whole chapter to show up. You just have to have a gist of what's going on. A week. And I'd like to host it on the weekend when as many people as possible can make it. So it'd probably be on Sundays when I'm not at a convention. You guys come, I provide some talking points to get everybody started, and then I just sit and listen. Unless somebody directly asks me something, I'm just going to listen because I need the feedback. I need to hear what you guys think, and I need to hear how you have interpreted what I've written, as well as what other people have written. So if you want to do that, let me know. We'll get a tag set up on the Discord, and we'll get a day when we're going to start. But I would like to have at least 10 people, at least 10, volunteer for that. And again, it's a chapter a week. It's not something super long. Hell, the first 10 chapters are in audiobook form. You can just go listen to them. And the 11th chapter will be coming out, I think, in the next couple weeks. Or at the very latest, it'll come out at Ciderfest. So, we've still got more than 11 weeks till Ciderfest. So you kind of have more than enough. We kind of have more than enough time for people just to listen to the audiobook. Now, in the meantime, I'm going to go jump over to the other server. Thank you guys for being patient. Book 3 will be mailed out as soon as I can go get the mailers, which is as soon as I'm out of lockdown. Reason being, I don't want to send stuff to you guys, and then it turns out I actually do have COVID. Let's send everybody plague. Let's not do that, just in case. I know the odds are astronomically low. Yes, there it is. Full Papers. Full Papers is the person who's done the wiki updates. Please do go give them a thank you. They genuinely deserve it because they know how to code this, and I have no idea how to do it. And honestly, this is better than I could have hoped for. Just getting all the images the same size is a feat of accomplishment to me when it comes to coding a wiki, because when I want to do a Linux update, it takes me like 4 days where I go lock myself in my room. So this is for them to do this in one night in one day is beyond fantastic. But yeah, please do. We'll get a ping set up, and we'll get a role set up. So you just have to come in and click the role, and I will get a date, and I will remind people leading up to that date when we're going to start the first chapter, and then you have 10 chapters. You have half the first book on audio, so you don't have to read. You can go listen. I'm literally trying to give you no excuse for not reading. Can you tell?
I mean, I really do I would really like to get back to actually reading books because I like the feel of the paper in my hands. I really should get back into reading books. I've kind of got into a rut, so I really should try and get it.
Human certified hype scotch is just we've confirmed you're a human being and not a robot. that usually just requires you to contact the mods and just show them a picture of yourself that you take on the spot, just so they can say, yeah, this is a person. Anyway, I'm gonna jump over there. They're waiting on me.
All right, no problem. Have fun.
All right, sorry for interrupting earlier. I just have tendencies that.
You're fine. I know you have tendencies. I know you have random outbursts, and I appreciate them. And I encourage you to talk more. And I know Darth has so much energy; it's like listening to a 14-year-old that's just had 6 Mountain Dews. I'm waiting for the sugar crack. Anyway.
Now, admittedly, Fallout 4 made me like power armor, and the crafting's oh, hey, Feaster.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. The crafting system is solid. The power armor system is fun. It could have been a little bit more in depth, in my opinion, but at the end of the day, the biggest problem that Fallout 4 has is pacing and voice acting. If they took out both the
stream
shit
tip
pacing
grenade has
of the
been
game,
armed.
like reworked it so
5
the pacing was
seconds
a little
until
smoother,
detonation.
and they just removed all the voice acting, just removed it all. Leave it as text.
I just like being an 8-foot-tall steel god that could punch super mutants in the face.
Yeah, so we had more responses than just yes, snarky yes, and maybe later.
Emphatic yes, neutral yes, snarky yes, or I'll get back to it later.
Yeah.
And I'll agree with Moon. I really like how they made power armor feel in 4 and 76 because it's big, it's stompy, it makes you feel like a tank.
Yeah, as opposed to like 3 in New Vegas, where you were just a lumpy sack of potatoes with arms and legs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that plus also, I mean, you're walking around carrying like 5 or 6 sets of power armor without no one the wiser.
The stream tip grenade has been armed.
I never really have
5 seconds until detonation.
I didn't either.
That's fair.
Well, my thing is, it doesn't fit my chosen play style. Where my chosen play style is basically the sneaky sniper type build.
Yeah.
I appreciated the mechanical systems of Fallout 4. I did not appreciate that none of them were integrated into the story, and the gameplay seemed completely disjointed, and the lack of skills made everyone feel too good at everything.
I said it once, I'll say it again. Fallout 4 is one of the best first-person shooters I've played in a long time.
However,
not an RPG.
Yeah, however, it's a terrible RPG, and as a actual like story-based game, it's I think I need some more pot to get through this pain.
Although there is one thing that I really, really do miss. I want to use grenades and bats again. God damn it!
I want to use a rocket launcher. I want to kill people with teddy bears.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
they
I
already
want
did
to
the
blast
junk jet.
them.
Yeah, junk jets.
Yeah,
junk jets
yeah,
are good.
Yeah, the junk jet is in 4.
The junk jet is a
fucking brown.
Okay, the junk jet is a unique weapon that you can only get one on. The rocket launcher, you get a blueprint for, and you can just make it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
0 out of 10 doesn't involve Moira Brown.
And I will agree, Fallout 4 gave us some more quote-unquote realistic power armor setup. You're effectively wrapping yourself in a Volkswagen.
Yeah.
I mean, that's basically powered armor as it's envisioned in literally every sci-fi. You're literally just wrapping yourself in massive plates of metal that can support their own weight and actuators that will allow you to increase your overall strength without overly exhausting you as the user.
Right, yeah, but you're supposed to look like an intimidating metal statue, not a lumpy sack of potatoes in a tin can.
Yeah, I mean, that's why the powered armor in Fallout 1 and Fallout 2 were really cool, because when you put those suits on, you became about the same size as your super mutant companion.
Yeah, and the ones in 3 in New Vegas were muff trash.
But unfortunately, the way they were doing things in New Vegas and 3, you basically was wearing a different suit. That's it, a different
Fallout
costume.
4 made death claws not a threat.
Yeah. They do become
Because-
easier to kill. They do become
because
easier to kill, like
it
fast.
is not about being easier to kill. It's not about the cinematics behind them make no sense, because when they pick you up and gut you with the claw, that should just be an insta kill.
Mm-hmm.
It's not.
No, if your health is high enough, or you're wearing enough armor, or you're wearing power armor, it basically barely hurts you.
I never encountered a lot of death claws beyond that initial fight one, and I just played death claw avoidance because I was used to New Vegas and the
And in all previous games, death claws were obscene tanks, and they hunted in packs. In Fallout 4, one death claw shows up at a time.
Hey, what's the hit point value of that death claw over there? Yes.
But if you play Fallout 1 and 2, death claws didn't hit that hard. They just ignored armor damage reduction, and they could just absorb a shitload of damage.
And they ignored your armor in Fallout 3 and even up to New Vegas.
They ignored your armor in Fallout 3, but because Fallout 3 didn't have a proper DR system, they also didn't have armor, which meant that once you got to level 20 in Fallout 3, you could have some pretty obscene damage perks stacked together, and you could one-shot them. In New Vegas, there's only one weapon that one-shots them, and that's the 50 cal if you deck it out for that.
Yeah.
If you don't,
true.
Yeah, no, the silenced Brotherhood of Steel sniper rifle that you get from Old World Blues, I believe it is.
that can do it, but without the proper perks, you will eventually break that rifle and be unable to repair it without weapon repair kits, because it's an extremely uncommon. It's an extremely rare drop to get sniper rifles. So you need the perk that lets you use the other types of sniper rifle to repair that.
Yeah, jury rig.
Yeah, you need jury rig. And if you don't have jury rig, that rifle statistically within 20 hours of gameplay will just be useless because it'll be broken.
You're playing a Wasteland Wanderer in New Vegas and you didn't take jury rig, you're doing it wrong.
Exactly.
I'm going to concur with Adagio
Take
here.
jury rig into their build.
Wow.
No, like legitimately, if you are wandering the wasteland, you need the skills to be able to repair your own weapons and armor. That's a no-brainer.
And it doesn't have to be the exact
jury
parts.
rigging
It
is
can be
not
similar.
about having the skills to repair your own weapons and armor. Jury rigging is about submitting your soul to the holy god duct tape.
Anyway, but
yes, it's time to get on to our actual game.
So long as
I'm having more fun with this.
So long as at the end of the day, we agree that Brotherhood of Steel and Fallout 76 are the worst Fallout games. 76 might be a good game if you take Fallout out of it, but it's still the worst Fallout game.
No, Brotherhood of Steel is worse than 76.
That's fair.
76 lets you play with
Came down
friends.
on that hill.
76 lets you play with friends, but without any decent NPCs.
Hey!
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you have friends, it kind of helps fix the experience because, I mean, you've got your friends and you're trying to do really
just to
things.
clarify, I can
could
fix
watch
Colonial Marines without mods with friends.
Or, you know, you can go pick up Fire Team.
So here's my problem. Here's my problem with 76. I was looking for a Fallout game that a friend or a couple of friends could jump in with me and play. I wasn't looking for something where that mechanic replaced most of what a Fallout game was with the friends mechanic.
It seems to me that Fallout 76 was just the logical extension of Fallout 4 being like, let the player make their own fun.
Yeah.
The story.
It's not a Fallout game. The story is laughably simple.
Hey, you know,
it's completely underwhelming.
It's a bunch of
Fallout
stories.
4 is just a mod for Fallout 4. Change my mind.
Yeah, Fallout 4 has a better overall story than Fallout 76. Period.
Okay, guys, we need to can the video game talk if we're going to get anything done.
Yes,
at the
Twitty,
table.
Twitty. Hey,
Yeah,
Twitty.
you guys-
Hey, Twitty. Hey, Twitty. Hey, Twitty.
Yes, Sunrise.
Can the video game talk? Do recap. Only recap. There is nothing else to do. Go recap.
Well, it's about bloody damn time. So, folks, we're back. It's been a 2-week hiatus due to conventions and other fun things in real life. But as I seem to see it here on the board, when we last left off, I'll start with Sunrise and Medicinal Haze. They were talking with the people of the stable, trying to figure out how they could sort of get to the bottom of things, and almost both literally and figuratively, as in going down into the chambers where the blue ghouls are. Yeesh. I wouldn't want to go anywhere near blue ghouls. Cooties, yeah. Anyway, going a little further up, there's still the fact that Arcane Gears was trying to check on information in books. I believe he got really, really distracted out there. And then back on the surface, they're still doing things with the sword, and apparently Spirit of the Sword got communicated with, and Mythic Blade had a one trippy vision. Now, as for the zebras, well, there was some shamanistic things done, much discussions, as I recall, and it got weird, as it usually does, because anytime Chifundo's involved, things get trippy like acid trippy. And with that, I'm gonna go into my hidey hole. I'm gonna grab my popcorn and my drinks, and I'm gonna watch the mayhem that's gonna happen, because you know it's gonna happen, folks. You always know it's gonna happen. Mode! Or rather, it's music.
As fires burn out from yesterday, a wandering mare's found a better way. For just as night seems most dark, the sunrise comes to warm our heart.
From the ashes of war, through the blood and the gore, a man once more than this world that is torn. A group that cannot just be stopped or forgot will rise and overcome all odds. And with every new day, through the parts that we play, as we push fear away and remember the ways of a man who was kind and whose words will remind.
Okay, before I turn them back on, Darth, thank you for the host. Fraser, thank you for the host. Punisher, thank you for the host. Evan, thank you for the host. Arvana, 2 more months and you get 3 years. Holy shit, I gotta make 3 years rich. J18JS, MJS Film Co., and Zone 51 Watcher, and Hypescotch. Welcome to the Army of Fiora. Hi. Hope you guys stick around and enjoy. And like Zombie Ever Free and Sketchy, what the hell? I missed you too. Thank you. Now I'm gonna jump back over so you guys can hear them.
Welcome to the Army of Fiora.
Also, full
Still gets the Quickie abridged version gets the job done.
All right. The question is, do I have fan art? I think I do. Let's find out. I do.
The army of Fiora has a new officer. Welcome, son.
I have a couple pieces. Holy crap. All right. I went to a convention. That's when this happened. Mm. Anyway, it's all yours, Moon. I can't hear Moon. Can you guys hear Moon?
That's because he wasn't talking.
Oh, I see how it is. We're not important enough to talk to. Well, I'll go over in my corner then.
Okay, see ya.
Okay, cool. Medicinal Haze, you're up then.
I hate you too.
You can leave your corner.
That's true. I can leave my corner. Okay.
No, I thought you were still. I thought you were still sorting up art.
Kind of.
Okay. Oh, yeah, we're here at the receptionist. We're just kind of waiting for the overseer to see us.
All right. Yeah, since the two of you are basically together, I'll start with that. But it's been like 3 weeks. Everyone just do a reroll. Let's get Wait, hold on. Let me clear off the initiatives first. Okay, there you go. What am I? Oh, okay.
Wow, someone can roll worse than me tonight.
Yay!
I assume those of us that aren't on this particular map will have to wait to re-roll.
Oh, oops. Let me. There we go.
All right, that entire section of the map is just nope zone.
What?
And box of family friendliness the entire inside of the castle, and Chifundo is currently what can only be described as going clubbing.
I mean, he's
Yellow me.
He's only neon blue.
Oh yeah, that's right. We had shiny
wait.
Taekwondo.
He's going clubbing, then you gotta have.
By the way, everyone, for those of you who are new here, because some of you actually are, what Moon means by switching out artwork stuff is every week I use a piece of fan art as my token. This week, it happens to be this piece, which is apparently somebody just took a meme and, well, it's now my token for the week. Here, I'm putting a meme in Discord. You can have it.
Myth, roll.
And I almost did, and I almost pasted from my hard drive.
Yeah.
He's over here, damn it, so close.
She caught herself this time, though. That's an improvement.
All right, everyone, take a sip.
That's right. Everybody take a sip from your handy stable 13 canteen.
Take a sip from your trusty Vault 13 canteen.
But what if it betrayed you?
Also, that is a very squash sunrise. I think that was from Shadow, if I remember right.
Gears are turning.
Christ, there we go. Okay.
Moon is just being usual Moon.
No, I'm realizing that there's like I would literally have to shift back and forth between the two maps every other turn.
Yes, because you split the party, so you have to pay for it.
Not every turn. No, I'm just looking at the sheer spread of this going, this is hilarious.
Or you can just take each map as a particular round and then just go through the initiative order of each map.
Yes, and I will determine that. Mythic and Arcane and Nyota and Haze, what are your agilities?
I have a
Agility 7.
5.
Agility 7, Perception 5, Luck 5.
Give me a moment.
My agility is actually being currently boosted, but it's base 5.
Hang on.
I
Base or
care about
modified?
I care about your current agility, not your base. Well, no, I do care about your base, but 5.
7 agility, 7 perception, 9 luck.
Yeah, 7 agility currently.
7.
All right, and Mythic, you also have 7 agility and what perception?
6 perception.
Hayes, were you 5 perception as well?
Should be 6%.
Okay. So I'm going to start with Sunrise and Haze, and then we'll switch back to the actual turn order. Because they were patiently waiting. All right. Brain cells are going burr. I heard the noise of. Oh,
You heard the
okay.
noise of a shadow.
Okay, so you two are going to see the reception. Oh yeah, that's right. I could never find a good horse token. Let's see. Are you being currently used? No. All right. Well, you've been the Overmare in like every game.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, hi. Yes. Welcome to me thinking out loud. It's just a stream of conscious babble.
Like, I was fine, but then I hear, well, you've been Overbear every game so far, and I just had to take a little pause there.
Oh, yeah, no, there's a token that I have that just gets pigeonholed as Overmare because she just looks like Overmare. You just like, hello, yes, my name is I am Overmare. Hello.
Mom said it's my turn to be the Overbear this time.
You know what? It's the fucking Officer Jennies then. There's like 19 of them, and they were all staffed to serve in fucking Overmare positions. I don't know.
What's worse is that's actually probably accurate.
Yes, just everything is Officer Jenny's. Just Officer Jenny all the way down. Any day. Anyway.
But is there a Nurse Joy?
Yes. It's Nurse Jenny's and they're fucking...
Well, we ran into the Nurse Joy already.
I don't know. Look,
Mythic made a good impression on her.
Someone's mother's uterus was just a fucking like copy machine, okay? Anywho, the mayor was waiting for a bit, eventually gets a buzz back over one of the devices and nods to the two of you who were patiently waiting for what felt like a small eternity You swear you smelt the coffee from the interdimensional Denny's that exists across all points of time and space. So she looks over to the two of you and just, okay, sorry about the procedure. The overmayor's or the head researcher is waiting for you. It's across the hall with the double doors. I will not fail, mark it on your map. I will not fail, mark it on your map. I will not fail, mark it on your map. She just gives you directions to go across the hall, that it's the door over there, and that you now have, clearance to go through that door. I.e., that door is unlocked for just regular use.
And now pink marks it on my map.
Yeah, then she just, okay, come on, follow the pings. Follow the pings. That's a good green horse.
I hate you so much.
I hate me too. I'm stuck. Hey, look, I'm stuck in here with you too, okay?
Fair.
Your head is not a Starbucks where I can just go in and get coffee and all. Wait, I forgot about the pink void. And there's just a quiet silence in your mind for the first time in what feels like forever.
I mean, this is pink. I'm pretty sure she has a doorway in the back of Sunrise's head to the interdimensional Denny's.
You're pretty sure you just smelt confectioner's sugar for a moment. But considering that this is a fairly sterile laboratory environment, that has disastrous consequences.
Moon, do I smell cheap pancakes and cheaper coffee?
No, you don't. You smell the base ingredients for a myriad of breakfast items.
Oh my.
You're pretty sure, though, that you heard the word upcakes as the door was closing.
Okay.
Meanwhile, the green horse next to you is just staring the fuck out into space, just for a moment.
Can we knock on the door, or is there a doorbell?
No. As you come closer, the door just opens to the sides. It's automatic. Give me a moment. Just let me clear fog of war. Okay, the door is just open to the sides, allowing the two of you to step in. Inside...
Wait. You hand drew the map, but you went and got actual door tokens.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the equivalent of just going, wait, you drew everything on a dry erase board map. Why are you using Warhammer set pieces?
Because he can. You can't stop him.
You know what? That's fair. That's fair.
Also, low-key, it means as if there's a token for it, that means it's probably important, unless you know it's that couch over there in the corner.
Not necessarily. That just means it's a moving part of the environment that I figured I wouldn't have to... I'll put it this way. If there are walls...
No. The rules are, if there's a token for it and it's not a character, it's breakable. If there's a token for it and it is a character, there needs to be a character sheet to kill it.
Exactly, which is why some things don't have character sheets, because I've decided that if it doesn't have a character sheet, you can't kill it.
Well, I mean, that plant in the corner could potentially be a cleaner. No one knows.
I am not going to be paranoid of plants. That's just not happening. Nice try, MT.
That sounds like a challenge.
I'm not going to make her paranoid of plants. I like plants. Plants are friends.
I mean, I'm pretty sure radiation could have some fun effects for the Venus flytrap.
Look, just if it looks like it has legs and it might be a plantiform, it would be in your best interest to pull out some kind of chopping blade.
Anyway.
Recall those Killing jokes.
We walk in and she looks around. She sees the guy from before, obviously, or the stallion.
Yep.
And she looks over and sees the mayor. You?
He gives you a wave and motions to her, looks over. Hey, do you care if I'm still on duty, I just needed to make sure. Yeah, no, that's fine. You can head out. He heads out and just moves to kind of stand on the other side of the wall.
He doesn't want to be in here, but he wants to listen. I gotcha.
It's more there's supposed to be a couple of guards on post, but due to a scheduling error, they all ended up on break about the same time.
Oh. This is why we don't have computers make schedules.
Look, this is what happened when you go make scheduling for the week and it just decides that everyone should have a lunch break from 1:45 to 2:15. Everyone.
Anyway.
The researchers in here, there are sounds of potentially an assistant or someone in a back supply closet, but at the moment all you can see is her. She just gives you a friendly wave. Hello. I hear the two of you managed to make it past the old Big V out there.
Well, there's technically 6 of us. But there's only 3 down here.
The other 2 are zebras and a sword horse. It's probably just better that's just the 3 of us.
She will nudge Hayes like rude. And then look back at the overseer. I'm wondering, Sunrise, this is Medicinal Hayes. Our friend...
She kind of glowers a little bit as not 1 but 2 zebras are mentioned, but just kind of turns sideways at the words sword horse. You can just see in her eyes like, oh, okay, that's how he went down. Both of you, as you're giving introductions, both of you roll me perception at a minus 1.
I apparently jabbed Hayes in the eye.
Hayes is clearly distracted by something.
I mean, he's in a lab full of actual lab equipment.
Okay, Hayes, that is good enough. Give me a...
What do you mean? That's a critical fail.
No. Chemistry or... Well, medicine at a minus 20. Okay. Hayes is as interactions go off, the unmistakable scent of what can only be described as a fully stocked chemistry bench just completely overtakes you. Your name is not Medicinal Hayes. Your name is, I need to go play with that.
Yes.
As what appears to be a comically created sentient trail of cloud chemical just pulls you off to the side. The researcher just kind of chuckles, sighs a little bit. I forgot that's why I don't like bringing in visitors. Hello, my name is Neptunian. It's good to meet you.
Neptunian? I don't know that.
Yeah. Well, everyone, my parents were really big into old scholarly studies and whatnot, but everyone just calls me Dr. Neppy.
Right. Do you want us to call you Neptunian or Dr. Neppy?
Well, I'd like for us to be friends, so please feel free to call me Dr. Neppy.
Anyway, we encountered a blue ghoul creature problem of yours on the way in, and your researcher was explaining the issue and that you can't get into the lower labs where I kind of need to go.
Her eyes go kind of wide at that. Oh, heavens, no. One of them managed to...
He's locked in a storage closet. Because I wasn't sure if it was incurable or not, and we didn't exactly have time to ask questions, and I didn't just want to blow his head off.
No, that's the issue. There's an air return in there. One of them must have managed to work their way up a vent. I didn't realize that was possible, though, because they were only, they were designed to be smaller than an average pony body for safety reasons like that.
One of his legs wasn't exactly attached properly.
Oh, that makes sense.
So I need to know what this place is, what it does, and what it has to do in relation to a certain program. And most of all, I need to make you completely incapable of refining those gemstones into anything useful.
She just kind of blinks at you. We haven't done anything with... I mean, occasionally we still do a little bit of stone prep, but it's more to replace matrices that, matrices and talismans that break around here, or at least get some of the groundwork laid. The box printers, or the box engravers are still there, but they probably have a trickle charge, but...
Those are the things that need to be made inoperable.
Miss, you come into my home and tell me you need to break my technology? Why?
Well, okay, I'll describe it this way.
And she just kind of looks at you. Inoperable means broken, beyond repair.
Yes. I'm not gonna correct you on that. There are...
I'm smarter than you.
We can have that debate later, but let's table that for now.
I would love to have an academic fight. Okay, yes, let us.
Faction outlook on Sunrise just dropped several points.
Here's the deal.
Actually, it yo-yoed.
Here's the deal. There are several agents who are seeking those particular printers to make more boxes. They want to use those boxes for various purposes that would be definitely unethical and unapproved.
And she just kind of cocks her head again, but nods a little bit. Just makes the go on motion with her hoof. And she's trying to see where you're going with this.
Now, I personally would like just to go live somewhere and live out the rest of my days without excitement. But the problem is, she knocks on her pet buck. This is locked to me, and this has information that they need to find locations like here. You see where this is going?
She just blinks. Have you considered trying to factory reset it?
Even if I factory reset it, they would eventually find the locations through some other method.
That's fair. I mean,
because I've been to these places, but I don't remember them. I imagine they have a way to get me to remember them. You see the problem?
Well, not just you. If you're, I heard, were you one of the crate runners?
Yes.
Yeah, there were... She turns around, goes back to a document folder, sits down on the nearby chair. Shit. Sits down on the nearby chair. The desk horizontal. That does nothing. What the fuck? sits down on the chair, starts flipping through the stuff. Even you can see from this far of a distance that the document in her hooves is nothing but, or is, at least 30% black ink. Well, I know at the very least they wouldn't have used the same runner to go to each of the sites. More of a security risk, but just sheer logistics. They would have had different teams up between different ones.
But you're starting to see the problem. The different sites might actually have information on each other, and there's more than just me who might know where these things are.
She looks up. Well, yeah, I mean, there were. We stopped taking inventory.
Now I want you to imagine 3 ponies you can't kill, because if you do, they just get back up.
Yeah, she flips to the front of the thing. The Gatekeeper Project. That's a weird name for it.
And you're standing in their way.
She just kind of shrugs. I mean, according to the documentation here, there were, not counting the crates and crates and crates and crates of just stones that we have, there were... she flips another couple of pages. Yeah. Something of magnitude of several thousand of the standard soldier modules that came out. Probably more than that. These numbers are definitely not up to date.
These are Guardians.
Yeah, she flips back another more pages. It's becoming very abundantly clear that she hasn't personally looked through this document either ever or in a very long time. Yeah, there were 23 of you.
Right. So, do you want me to skip?
No, 24.
Do you want me to skip to the bad part, or do you want me to keep going as I get there?
Well, I mean, there's a living weapon standing about 10 feet away from me, so I can extrapolate out the bad part from here.
No. I don't want to hurt you at all, and I don't want your technology, and I don't want anything to do with it if I could help it. But
yeah, sure, that's great. But if you wanted to, you could. I see the problem you're trying to make here.
No, there are 4 individuals who want to use it for various purposes that would be awful. One of them wants to come get a bunch of boxes, put them into a bunch of mares, and use them to fix a certain Pegasi in the skies problem of inbreeding.
She just kind of blinks at you, but we could fix that down here without.
I know.
She just gets up from the chair, opens her desk. You see her pull out a very small baby bottle. Clearly someone who just has it in there to look at and think about, and they just feel something better that way. But just opens it, takes a small nip, puts it back in, shudders a little bit. Whew, warm. Okay. Now that I've drank down the stupid a little bit.
Hayes manages to pull himself away from flashy stuff.
Yeah, that's 5 degrees of success. It requires some effort and to not pilfer anything, but you are able to pull yourself away with the knowledge that don't worry, he'll be back.
Dr. Neppy, if here.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're
medicinal hay.
Ah, yes. The one guard was telling me about the fun one that smelled like party.
Good description.
Hayes actually drops his smoke and stamps it up. Dr. Neppy, I've not been traveling with Sunrise here for all that long, but I've got the gist of the situation. And from what I understand, there's basically a ball of these 8 who are looking to rule the wasteland. Now, I'll admit, I'll be the first one to admit, Wasteland is a shit show. But there's good ponies there that should be able to allowed to determine their own. And in order for that to happen, the boxes need to get shut. Otherwise, there's gonna be even Sunrise and Nyota and Chifundo, who are honestly trying their best to make it a better place. In the end, it ain't fair to have a group of immortal ponies out there deciding what's best for everyone. That's why we need to make sure nobody can make. And that's why we need to shut down the ones that are already active.
She pauses you for a moment. When you say shut down, you're referring to the recondulars that are already in service, right? And not all of my engraving machines.
I am referring to the ones that are currently working, and the possibility of anything, and the possibility of being able to make more.
In the end, it ain't fair to them.
And I'm also referring to myself.
Because they're just going to keep getting reborn over and over again. Some of them, good pony. But we don't know who inside might be a actual monster. And even the souls of the good ponies inside those boxes deserve to go on to whatever comes next and rest.
You know, Hayes, it's been a while since I met somebody who could put it better than I could, and thank you.
I don't even know if voicing that good or not, but it's what I believe. And we'd rather you work with us to destroy the equipment and move on than have to try to do it by force. We don't want to change the way you're living down.
Go ahead.
You just can't let there be differences.
As you mentioned by force, there's a small glint in her eye and a small upturn of her mouth. The gesture of someone who's holding more cards than they're letting on, but she looks between.
At that point, K's
slinks
off to the.
Hey, you just garbled the last few words. Hello? Hello?
I can still hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I can't hear Hayes. He just, the last few words garbled and dropped off. That would be why.
Discord's being a little laggy today.
Are you okay? Arvana?
Hey, everybody, check. If you see a green download arrow, it means they got an update ready for the Discord.
Yeah, but you typically don't need to run it instantly.
But it's there, just sitting menacingly.
Okay. I have unmuted you.
Hello?
Hello?
Okay. Yeah. Somehow my PC. No, it was on my PC that I got. So I wasn't hearing anybody. So yeah, Hayes just kind of slinks off into the corner after that. So.
She looks between the two of you, hearing your words, really trying to listen, not just with her ears, but with her mind and her heart. She nods slowly as you're talking, following along mentally. And just looks up between the two of you. I'm not going to lie. I think you both are being a bit too paranoid about this for your own good. But at the same point in time, you did manage to break into this research center and have come with odd tidings of ill-fated joy.
All right, look.
She just kind of rubs her brow. Is it at least less of a hostile hellhole out there?
Oh, yeah, we walk around without radiation suits all the time. There's actually your Griffin friend upstairs, Valor, has constructed an entire forest and has honestly built a whole castle. He's waiting for you guys to decide to come out.
She just blinks a couple of times. He didn't build that. He helped, but no, it just kind of reforested by itself.
Well, he's managed it and curated it and ensured that there's no overly hostile wildlife around. So, in essence,
yeah,
he's made a sanctuary. And as far as radiation or things like that, I've been through your decon chamber, but here she holds up her pip book and turns it on and scrolls over to radiation and shows that she has 15 rads at the moment. I have been walking around outside without a gas mask for weeks.
Well, yeah, but your gatekeeper class, there was never any kind of indication about how radiation would interact with that type. So, for all I know, you might be an anomaly.
Oh no! I've actually been there are a couple hot spots, and I've stood in them and had to take some rat away afterwards. And the rain in some places still sucks a lot because it rained on us outside the roof, and I almost died of radiation sickness.
I don't have a box, not soldier or whatever, and yeah, you still have to take some precautions. Wear some basic anti-radiation clothes. Bring some Radix and Radaway, of course, but it's mostly safe. And I came all the way from Maine.
There is noticeable shock in her expression. Manhattan still exists? I thought that got bombed into bedrock.
Yes,
I mean,
places.
There's still ruins. Ruins is a good term.
Hold on. Hayes. These
There's
actually came from there.
There's some places that are still standing, such as the 10 Pony Tower. A lot of places are ruins, but there's still ponies making a living there. The place to avoid is
to think that there is any kind of major metropolitan. She looks between the two of you. All right. I don't like it. I don't want to help you with this, but I can't let this just... I would not be doing my job as the head researcher, and the schema's odd, but my role basically doubles as overmare, but I would not be doing my job as the head researcher if I allowed this unchecked science to just run amok. But at the same point in time, I still have a lot of questions and would like to run a couple of tests, because it was something that was talked to me and passed down from the last researcher, but at this point in time, it's regarded as nothing more than, tradition. The same reason why we still celebrate hearths warming down here, despite neither having a hearth nor the need to warm things.
Oh, yeah, we still celebrate hearts warming up there too.
Well, she just kind of waves a hoof. Not the point I'm trying to say. The point I'm trying to make is that a lot of things were done here for the sake of nothing more than tradition. I never was expecting it to not be tradition. But more than that, the place where the printers are that you're trying to go for is, aside from sending an odd crew or two down there and the poor bastards who were stuck living down there, aside from just reprinting odd matrices to fix a light here or there, the printers that you're talking about haven't been run since it would be around 50 AMS, but she gives you the celestial year.
She nods and goes, okay, I know about when that is. So it's my understanding that there are those ghoul things down there, and it's not really a ghoul per se, it's a disease.
What's a ghoul?
So
you mean like the things from like Nightmare Night Stories?
No. There's a genetic mutation in the wasteland from the radiation. Sometimes a pony gets exposed to too much radiation too quickly, and instead of simply dying, they enter kind of a state of unlife.
Hayes gives her the science.
There we go.
She understands the science. She just kind of nods. Okay, it was similar to that. It took us the third researcher was the one who actually did the testing on it and whatnot, but we had found that in actually she stands up and trots over into this back room, disappears for a couple of moments, but you can clearly hear her rummaging around a bit. She comes back out, and in a hoof, she holds out what appears to be a singular, pristine, royal blueberry.
I'm assuming that's the cause.
We managed to isolate it to something within the growth strain. We're not really 100% sure what it was, because we checked our own food stocks and the small farm that we had, but there was nothing like it in anything that we had seen. One of the just because the results turned the ponies into these Nightmare Nights looking creatures and also cause them to turn roughly the same shade of blue as this. It was referred to as a blue ghoul virus, but BGV for short. But we never could find any kind of a cure other than don't eat these berries and don't let them throw up on you.
Okay, does Hayes recognize the berries?
Hayes does not recognize. Well, no, Hayes does not recognize the berries. It looks like someone took a tomato and changed the color palette, like a cherry tomato.
So I'm gonna ask: do you believe those infected with this can be saved?
I believe the most ethical thing that you could do to those who have been afflicted with this horrible condition is to put them out of their mercy. One of the my great grandmother was one of the team who first found and subsequently ended up first getting infected. She was put down in a recently excavated containment area where we had been holding them just to try and come up with some cure.
Okay,
I'm the seventh researcher. I can't figure out anything. You two are welcome to look over my notes and try something, but if you can't figure out something, you are more than welcome, and you have my blessings to put them out of their misery. We just did not have enough horsepower and munitions to dedicate to the task.
Okay.
Hayes will immediately start looking over.
Because I'm not a fan of not trying.
She just kind of sighs and mutters something about the reclamation, about the fourth researcher's reclamation war.
All right. I will need some help. Because the one in the storage closet, I think we can subdue for study.
I mean, there's a tranquilizer gun I think it's in the...
Do those work, or do you not know if they work?
She just shrugs. She just pinky shrugs at you.
Well, I think we can subdue it even if they don't work, but I need someone else to help me with that.
Sure, we have more than enough guards, and we actually have
I need someone who you currently aren't letting in.
She just squints her eyes at you. I'm sorry. Your zebras cannot come in here. There is too much of a chance of them turning into organic sloop.
Okay, so you can't turn that off.
She just kind of shrugs. As long as I have been alive, and as long as I can remember, A, she's not welcome in here, and B, this was built to keep them out.
Okay. Hayes, get started. I'll go get radio contact with Naeda, Chifundo, and Mythic, and see if they can get in touch with Quickstitch to give you some help.
Okay.
Oh God. Fuck.
And I'll see if there's I'll go prodding the computer system and see if there's a way to shut down the defenses. Because we really could, if we're going to subdue one alive, we really could use Nyota. He's the one who can wrestle anything to the ground and not get bit in the process.
Nope. She is fucking useless with recalling information. Nope.
She looks at Dr. Nippy. We're going to do everything we can to help them first. If we, as outsiders looking in, can't figure it out, then yes, I will go down there and I will put them all down. In return, I would like only the printers that can print off parts for boxes to be disabled, or that part of their programming permanently removed.
If you're going down there, I'm coming with you.
Do you have body armor and combat experience?
She just kind of nods to you. Everyone in here is required to pass at least the bare minimum marksman's course, and I've just got I can go and requisition some of the armor from upstairs.
Okay, but do you have something heavier than a 20 gauge shotgun and a pistol?
She looks.
Rocket launcher.
She brings up her inventory, starts looking through it.
She just kind of, well, I have something that got smuggled into here before the doors were sealed forever.
He's got fucking power armor and isn't shaking.
Look, so long as you know for a fact that it can withstand their bites and their attempts to get into
no,
your
it's
blood.
it's not armor. I'm talking about a weapon.
And you have something that has both a non-lethal and a lethal mode.
I mean, we got tasers.
Good enough. I got flashbangs and beanbag rounds.
Yeah, no, I've got tasers, and she just kind of rummages around in the desk. I've got tasers and this gun.
At least this isn't 40mm stun grenades.
What is this gun?
This gun.
Wait, she has that gun?
No, this gun.
Yeah, she has this gun, not that gun.
It's not chambered for 5.56. It's chambered for 44.
Oh, it's this gun, not that gun. Got it.
Yeah, no.
But
So she has a legendary weapon.
But I thought that gun was chambered in 12.7 millimeter.
That gun is chambered in 5.56.
That gun is 5.56. This gun is 44, and their gun is 12.5.
Yeah, no, their gun is 12.7. But yeah, their gun is 12.7.
Okay, there's that gun.
If any of you are following this, give yourself an internet.
If you get those New Vegas references, let us know.
Oh no, this is a mix of New Vegas and Who's on First. You're welcome.
Anyway, let's. What can I get out of her notes? Plus, analyzing the berry.
You go ahead, Hayes. I'm apparently going to go call Nyada and Chifundo and Quick Stitch.
Well, hold on. Before you call Chifundo, Nyota, and Mythic.
Yeah, I know.
Wrong unicorn.
No, right unicorn. However, Mythic is optional.
Oof.
So
God damn. Come on.
Wow, lose 5. No, wait, I can't dock you as a person, Karma. Fuck.
Also,
Yes,
I
you
mean,
can.
at least the rest of us have got the good grace to own up when we do a moon on it.
But I didn't do a moon. I meant that on purpose.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Fine, Moon. You don't get no pancakes.
Okay,
I got
I
pancakes.
have a bowl of mac and cheese.
Ah, so you've opted for Hate Life Later then?
No, it's actually good mac and cheese. It's not the
Ah.
it's not crap instant dinner. Anyway, we returned back to the outside with a Chifundo whom I forgot was literally neon blue.
Yep. I believe somebody mentioned he was in clubbing mode.
Yeah. You we returned back to the surface as we send her in on Chifundo, who is the exact same color as the blue and glow sticks.
That is a shiny Chifundo, and I have a luxury ball with their name on it.
Fucking luxury ball, god damn it. All right, and as we try and figure out, let's see. I know Mythic was sparring with Pineapple. I think Chifundo was just watching.
Actually, I think Chifundo and those two had gone into main styling.
Yeah, those two had kind of sparred, and then Chifundo managed to give them both a charisma boost.
Oh, right, yeah, you made them pretty.
Thank you,
Yeah, handsome.
Thank you, Von, for the comb.
And suddenly I am sensing a special bundle ship. The Chiff Myth Apple.
That's a mouthful.
Again.
God damn it. Okay. So you've made them. So you've made them pretty. It's still decent in. It's still decent in the afternoon. There's still some actual natural light, and it's been pretty quiet. You haven't been paged from inside this lab. The stray bolts of lightning haven't come down from the sky. There hasn't been some kind of feral animal or coordinated raider attack.
So
Chip Pimp.
I have absolutely no idea what we were doing, so I've got no idea what I'm supposed to be doing right now.
Whatever you want to be doing. That's the thing. There was nothing really substantial, so you can just I'm gonna play with this bug that I found on the ground and name it Claude or something.
You know what?
Oh god.
Chifundo is
You will name it Claude, and he will hug him and pet him and love him.
Seeing as Chifundo is surrounded by nature, he's going to sit down, meditate, and focus inwardly on his box. And he's going to see if he can drag up any more memories from the past.
Ooh, that's it. That's it, Moon. I just realized, with that coloration, Chifundo has become a Baja Blast.
Pony Chick, non-shiny Chifundo. There is no version of Chifundo where he's not a bright color of some description.
His family heritage is the fruit stripe gum family.
Okay. Oh, all right. Chifundo, shamanism, arcane magic, and I need luck.
Shamanism. Bloody hell, that's not a good roll. Arcane magic. We're having one of those days today. Are we roll 20?
yeah, it's just good. Right.
Wow. Nothing in the lower half of the dice.
Dang, roll 20 is hot for your butt.
Wow.
Something should have just stuck with socializing.
Tell me about it. I mean, nothing red at least, so I'm not going to be coughing up necromantic spores this time at least, but yeah, that's not good.
Or worse.
All right, so you
sorry, hold on a second, Moon. Or worse. I'm sorry, last time I did that, I lost permanent hit points for about 2 months of the game, or about 2 years in real life. And I took penalties on certain rolls thanks to those spores.
Yeah, but you
Oh, it could
learn
always
so
be worse.
much.
You could have been turned into a sleeper agent.
Fendo, you're supposed to be Dragon Ball Z, not Fungus Ball Z.
Chifundo, roll me a D100.
Now I get something in the lower. Hi, Roll20. How are you today?
Ooh, fun. Okay.
Don't roll me low until I get to the fun table.
Roll. How you doing? Roll20 makes dying aboleth noises. All right. So, Chifundo, you center and focus, and with that same practiced mental deftness, you punch through the first mental barrier, punch through the second mental barrier, keep falling down and down until you get back to the same rough architecture that the same rough architecture that you remember from last time. Except this time the entire, as before, when you started on a pathway and there was a kind of a fence around you. This time you're just in a bubble, floating. And there appears to be that same sort of wall just wrapped around the entirety of the thing. There are spots and pockets where you can move in a bit closer, but it doesn't seem to be naturally giving. You could try and force yourself through with the bubble, but you are unsure what this will do.
Ooh, hang on a second.
Yeah, just basically assume that you were in a shining armor bubble shield at the moment.
Sorry, I needed to delete that version of the token.
Yeah, you
could. Can Chifundo try and kind of center himself and see if he can kind of, instead of forcing his way, kind of bring himself more into kind of alignment with this space?
Roll Spirit Affinity.
Six.
I will give you the bonus for Life Shaman too.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, I got my thing the wrong way around. That was a pass by 2.
Yeah, I can see that. I see what you did. You drift over in your bubble, drift over in the bubble, drift over, trying to find spots where you can, work your way in, trying to find ways that you can get around, trying to find weak spots. And then as you're hovering over top of the thing, there's just a light bulb moment of, wait, why don't I just visualize myself inside the barrier? The bubble pops, and you fall about 30 feet down. Even with the sharp impact, it doesn't seem to hurt. You just suddenly feel something underneath your hooves.
Oh, that was different.
You're on top of the ziggurat. never actually been up to this part of it before.
Looking around, is it just like desolate wasteland around me, or is there anything more to what's surrounding me?
No, it is just... Do you see how the thing kind of goes from detail to just blank white void?
Mm-hmm.
It does the same thing. After a point in time, the distance just stops rendering.
Ah. Fundo will kind of look around us. Is there any entryway that's near me?
Yes, there is actually. This is a two-tiered structure. There does appear to be a topmost the topmost entryway. It's not the exact same crenellation and shape, but there is an entryway up there you can go into.
Okay. And out of curiosity, are there any markings on the ziggurat?
What kind?
Asking in general at the moment and then going to refine based on what you tell me.
Oh yeah, there is a lot. There's some ornamentative markings. It doesn't appear to have pictographs or hieroglyphics of some kind on it. There's definitely some architecture or some runic or arcane architecture here or there, but that kind of breaks away from the ornamentation and almost seems to act as more of a structural material, much in the same way that a keystone or some kind of centrally placed brick might be. There is it's a smooth slope. It's not actually stairs that lead from where you are to the top of that area. However, you don't actually see any way short of hopping down, literally hopping down, to get from where you are back down to either the primary entrance or even the ground. No, it is there's tool marks and ornamentation, but aside from that, this appears to have been a very much purpose constructed area.
Okay, so there's nothing to really convey information or anything like that, but there are runes of sort of magical purpose.
Roll me a general intelligence check without your penalty. You get the sense that this place was genuinely designed for function over form.
Cool. Can I take a look at the runes and see if I can discern their purpose?
Sure. Roll academics.
Zebra rolling academics.
I mean, you have a small bonus, but just roll academics. Let's see what happens.
Bloody hell, okay.
Like I said, let's roll academics, see what happens. You don't recognize all of them just because some of these are incredibly old and obscure. But even in your actual formal Zebrekian training, some of these were, some of the runic structure actually appears to would have been antiquated by those standards. It's old, and as you're going around, you can see where there would be one of the rune anchor spots. There appears to be something written in old Ponish, some kind of a phrase or something, but it's the way that it is inlaid and the area that it is inlaid on clearly denotes that it is part of the metaphysical architecture that supports this building. While the brickwork is real, you're not 100% sure if they are actual bricks that were transmogrified somehow, or just something constructed to be brick shaped and brick colored and brick textured out of nothing but etheric energies.
So no way to tell if they've been moved into this space or whether they were just kind of crafted from this space, kind of thing.
What you can tell is that at one point in time, this was likely a physical building. Whether it was miniaturized or magically deconstructed or used as some kind of a blueprint, that part you can't manage to ascertain. But what you can discern is that this was a corporeal structure at one point in time. Do you go probing, any of the brickwork to see if anything's loose, or are you just probing at the architecture, or are you just looking at the magical bits?
I'm going to tap on the stone and see how it registers to that.
Roll luck. Luck +1, actually. Cool. Roll perception. Okay. As you are, that's actually a pass. As you are, moving your hoof around, making your hoof over the thing, as you really try to press on the stone, the texture of the brickwork, at least, and some of the runes appear to be projecting some kind of either grand illusion or some kind of sensory foil, but the brick's actually a bit smoother than it should be. Even the areas that are designed to go with the grain, it feels more like a water smooth stone or something.
Okay, I'm going to concentrate and try to see through what this illusion is. See if it's more of a see if it's something that just sort of willpower can overcome, to see through it rather than break it, or whether I'd need some magical means to do it.
Cool. Roll willpower. Okay, you disbelieve the illusion. This thing is made of polished black stone. You take 3 points of sanity damage.
Yay!
This thing is thrumming with symbols and lattices and all sorts of lines of it's still the same shape, mind you, but it is pulsing with energy. You can only hold on to the focus for just a moment as it is burning itself away out of your eyes. It is very obvious that the thing does not want to be observed. And after a moment of just searing intensity, you can still see the image to some degree in your mind, but it is back to appearing as a brick temple.
71% sanity.
Cool. There are some whispers in here that you were not aware of earlier. Not really saying anything, just the very faint sound of something whispering just out of octave tone, or out of octave reach.
Moon, Any chance of little dark black tentacles around the edges of his vision?
No, not yet. But there's definitely something muttering.
So, unintelligible whispers. Okay.
Yeah, just a whole lot of. There's at least a couple things that you can clearly hear are calling your name, but yeah, those are few and far between.
Cool. What the heck, MT?
I don't know. I think MT's just sad that I haven't been hitting him with more sanity damage, but I can fix that.
Jundo is going to contemplate pushing through the veil once more and then proceed. You said there was a door, so he's going to proceed to that.
Less of a door, but just more of an entrance.
Cool. So yeah, he steps inside.
Okay. And while you are going through almost all of this to the outside world, it just appears as if you're grunting a bit in your meditations, breaking out in a small sweat, but
I'm actually going to say, with the sanity damage, his pink stripes do actually glow blue for a few moments.
I was going to say, actually, yeah, considering where you are now, instead of giving off a faint pink glow, it is now a faint blue glow. So you do just look like Glow Stick Man at the rave.
Cool. So yeah, Trunda's going to step inside, kind of look around. I assume the interior is pretty much as you've described before. Or are the upper levels different?
This part is different.
Ooh.
Instead of being the same, the same winding tunnels, there is still a very similar, but this one seems to lead just down. It's a spiraling staircase. There are two of them on either side. It winds, they wind around each other. That just seems to lead down, 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 down.
Is there anything up, or is it just down?
No, up above you seems to be a little bit of just void. Almost as if something was supposed to be there, but at the last minute wasn't added. There aren't, major tool marks on either side. It just looks like where something should be.
Can I roll something to make an assumption that that might be related to a Guardian box?
Sure. Okay. There's no roll. You just have the opinion that that might be related to that.
Okay.
But yeah, you descend down.
Before he does that, Fundo's kind of go and close his eyes and see if, and just kind of center himself and see if he's drawn anywhere by the temple.
While you're still on the outside, or
having sort of stepped inside the building.
From this point, it just, you have the just the sensation that the only way up is down.
All right. Down we go.
You have the sensation that you're going to be walking for a bit.
Cut back to everybody else.
That was one of my better transitions. I'm sorry.
So cut over.
He's walking and
MT,
walking.
No, it would be you, because you actually had a 10.5. The 0.7s were just a.
I had a turn.
Yeah, Fee's had a turn.
All right. Well, regardless of who's going next, I need to put on a break. I've got to go use the bathroom.
No, it's fine. I was actually about to go and stretch my legs. Plus, I can
Correct.
update Discord
Your
by the way
turn
that
when we get back,
update.
MT.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just meet at the top of the hour since it's somewhere between about 11 or 10:53. So
looks
I.O. break.
I'm gonna update Discord then.
Actually, yeah, that's a good idea.
Same. Be right back.
Same.
Welcome back.
I'm back and better than ever.
Welcome back. Okay, no, I'm actually gonna stretch. I was just making sure Discord updated.
You know where I've come from, but not from how far. Our journey so ruthless, I still bear the scars. And what matters ain't that the world saw its end, but what kind of life we will spend.
I'm trying to be better, but still miss the mark. And each time I save you, I'm left in the dark. No,
When you're in trouble, I'll be by your side. My love for you ain't gonna hide. And stop returning. A penance unpaid and a body left laid, but inside the fire keeps burning.
Still death is calling. The rivers run dry neath a blackened out sky, and all the dead trees are falling. Every new day in the creatures we face will see equal judgment, our mercy or grace. Decision is needed for those who survive of whether you'll be left alive.
And all bloody work for a hope that we hold of past golden age and its story still told. And what sacred virtues we're able to heed to bring back to those who are in need.
The future is daunting. It's going to be shaped by the choices we make and those of the ghosts that are haunting.
And hope's worth preserving. Both near and so far, all the angels there are must help bring a peace that's deserving.
Classy.
All right, I'm back.
Hello.
Welcome back.
How are all of you doing?
Living currently.
Existing in case I'm needed.
A lot better now. We've actually got going and run some of the stream.
I'm considering hitting on the over.
See. Wait, considering hitting on the overmare?
Yep.
That was unexpected.
Hitting on the overmare or just hitting the overmare?
Look.
I mean, she may be into that.
Let's just be
It's
fair. Let's just
surprising.
be fair. Hayes' sexuality is only understood by Hayes.
Hayes' sexuality is science. She fits the bill.
That's fair.
That is true.
Medical science at that.
Hayes better not let this one get away.
No, Hayes' sexuality is better described as okay.
So Hayes is gonna get him some, huh?
I have no. But no, it's. Kind of hard to describe.
Are you intellectual sexual?
Hayes is more just oblivious. So it's kind of the. I like to describe it as just hit him over the head with a frying pan and drag him home. Then him like actually seeking out a sexual partner. So it's more just waiting for somebody to like claim him.
No, back in her day, Grandma Yeet would have probably have been great for him.
I mentally pictured that.
What do you mean back in her day? I was waiting for an Iota to pick a fight with her so that I could wipe the floor using this 90-year-old ancient zebra.
No, I was meaning to hit him over the head to hit on him rather than just beat somebody.
Oh, I thought you meant beat someone senseless. I'm like, oh, come on. I was so looking forward to busting out master level Granny Sheet. Level 30 Zebra G-MILF, go!
That is actually really scary.
So, roll call?
I'm here.
Present and accounted for. Also, Nyota never would have hit Grammy Yeet just because he has respect for his elders.
And for somebody that can put a wooden ladle through a combat helmet. at 10 paces.
With enough force to throw him out of the room.
Yeah, that was amazing.
So I heard Hetty, I heard Nirvana, I heard Mythic, I heard Adagio. I haven't heard MT, heard MT.
It's definitely not like me and Moon are screaming at each other in DMs.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
I'm still lurking around.
Your turn,
No
MT.
breaking, only entering. Oh, okay. Wait. Oh, I don't know if Moon's here or not. Or is he just being silent?
Moon, I know I heard you. Come on.
I was going to say, I could have sworn he was here.
He's lighting up. He's not, but we can't hear him.
Okay. I don't know if someone might end up stepping in the next 30 minutes or so, 30, 45 minutes, I don't know. But if I go quiet and I don't say anything, that's why. Just that way you guys don't panic.
Speed eating food. You're fine. All right. Adventurous Small who can't manage to keep himself out of harm's way. Are you there?
Yes, I am here.
All right.
Hey Moon, can I roll fair mechanics on the door? Figure out his DT.
Zen Harmonics, if you're by some odd chance watching or listening this stream, I just want you to know that I'm sorry. I know what it was like to deal with me as a player now. I'm genuinely sorry.
When the player reminds the DM how they were as a player.
No, this sounds like when we were testing this system, Zen, I apologize.
No, I just remember all the times I would look at Zen when he's like, oh, I have a thing, and go, can I just prepare mechanics my way through that? And just the sound of the dopamine receptors in his brain ceasing to fire. What are you rolling repairing mechanics on? What are you trying to break?
No breaking, only entering. Can I roll to figure out the DT of the security door?
That sounds suspiciously like breaking.
The door that you're on the other side of.
Wait, what?
Have you tried checking if it was locked first?
You are currently
I did.
in the stairwell. Because you're cheesing little fuck. So you're currently in the stairwell. What are you trying to open?
How did MT get in the stairwell?
For starters, I'm gonna roll willpower as a player. Congrats, you just dealt 70 damage to the player because at first the door was unlocked, then it was locked. I tried 3 key cards, it was locked, and now it's unlocked and somehow I'm in the stairwell.
You told me at the end of last session that you looked at the thing and went, there's a window, I can range of thing, and then teleported into there, and I had to end session because otherwise I was going to smash my key. Oh, well,
no,
then
I didn't make the check yet. I didn't make the check yet.
Oh, I thought you made the check.
No, I didn't. Because you told me it was a minus 30 penalty because it was low light and it counted as an unfamiliar place.
Yes, you're trying to blind jump into something that you're looking through a small, staircase window through.
Yes, but I'm debating on if I want to walk through the door as opposed to teleporting through it.
Okay, the DT of the door is 20. It's a security door. It's designed to withstand small arms fire.
I didn't even make the roll.
Right, but it's
I thought
one
he
of,
did.
You're fine. Okay, I'll okay.
It's one of those things that, considering some of the shenanigans I'm expecting you to do, you asshole, you would have to know, because if you're going, so
Are you using phase?
Ring a ding ding. First try.
Oh, that's cheesy. All right. In fact, I think that
Look, it
still
was-
works on the door. It's just if it's like armor worn by a pony, that's
No.
when the DT starts counting.
Yeah, no. That's the point. It's right on the edge of requiring expert, which if it was expert, it would knock out a third of my strain in one go, and look, it ruins the fun. Okay, I'm gonna make an arcane magic check at a plus 35. And wait, why is my arcane magic at 93? What?
God damn! I remember playing in Alicord, and that was their only spell that she could use was phase.
Hang on, I'm missing some numbers here.
By Jove, I tried to break that spell as much as possible.
You mean like you breaking light spell in this playthrough?
If you thought light spell breaking was bad, phase. I could walk through walls. Nobody knows. It just looks like I phased through the wall.
God damn it, Tien.
Oh, Von Holt's just breaking TK.
No.
I still stand by my one trick light unicorn.
No, not breaking TK. Breaking single shot laser weapons.
With TK.
Yes, with TK. All right. What are you trying to do?
Casting phase on the door, and Arcane will slightly duck his head just for a moment. He'll kind of look at the ground slightly as he walks along.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's your maximum dimension?
Oh, the maximum dimension is 4 feet.
Okay.
Arcane is 4'9".
Yeah, you can make a doggy door.
Apparently, as she has him 4'10", he has to kind of lean over just a little bit, but he's going to look at the floor so that way it brings his head down and it looks a lot more natural. And then, just walks through the door.
God, this is like the time I fucking clogged the dungeon toy. Yep. God, I was an asshole as a player. All right. No, I'm more just like sitting here going, man, my gaming group really should have disowned me. Holy shit. All right, so you phase, you slink your way through the door. You were into the dimly lit stairwell. This is the top of the stairs. There isn't some kind of rooftop access. It just seems to go down. It's only lit by a couple of security lights. More just like the anti-trip lights.
Okay, give me a moment. I need to check my helmet real quick. You know what? We're gonna go for the mood lighting instead of because he has his hat on, not his helmet. Arcane will pull out his lighter and flick it on.
Oh, you're turning on a lighter?
Yeah.
Are you holding it in a hoof or holding it in TK?
Probably holding it in a hoof.
Okay. Give me a luck check, please.
Okay. Also, while he's in there, he's gonna look around for see if there's any maps on the walls.
There are no maps on the walls.
Aww.
But it's a fucking stairwell. This is not a Capcom game. You were not going to find the dungeon map inside the stairwell.
Be fine. How about a fire escape map?
No, the fuck do you think this is? Resident Evil? No.
I mean, just set it up.
We've
got.
Okay, no. We're in an underground lab with zombies. It's a Resident Evil game.
I'm with Arcade. Well, I'm with Ivana on this one.
You know what? I'm also with Varna on this one. Okay.
You know, I'm not in disagreement at all. That's sad.
You know what? I can't argue with Ivana. All right, yeah. You find a map in the stairwell. It's a map. It's a map of the stairwell.
Any indication of the floors and what they contain, or is it literally B1 through B5? Because there's 5 floors, as you mentioned. Well, there were originally 5, but then they blocked off the bottom 2 level, and then the top 3.
Tits.
Look, I actually went back and took good notes on last session.
I know what I'm trying to say. Calm down. I know. Look, I didn't expect you lot to ever come here either, okay? I just drew up a map one day and went, this was cool. I'm going to stick this on my fridge for 3 years and forget it's here. Anyway, you find a map inside the stairwell. It's less of a map of the fact that you're on stairs, but it just says, B1. As if you look down, it more just mentions, if you go around, you'll see a thing that says B2. The other thing that you'll see is the wraparound of the staircase, just very slightly. You can't actually see the top of the stairs or railing or anything, but it wraps around and you can see that it goes down one more level. It just mentions B1 and the general, purpose of this floor. It's more of a hospital pegboard map where it just tells you what's on what floor.
What's on what floor? I know you're going to bat me for it.
No, I'm not. I'm just going to stand up and get my map. Or not my map, my cheat sheet of notes. That's not the correct cheat sheet of notes.
I mean, I'm just listening. B1 is administration.
B1 is probably the floor you're on now.
B1 is the floor he's on.
Yeah.
Where in the fuck? That is... Oh, here we go. Okay. B1. So... Give me a second. I have to go boot my fiance because she keeps saying Roger Roger after every time I say B1.
Yes.
I mean,
Clone
it's better
Wars
than
references.
It's better than doing that after you say 2B.
Army of Europe.
That's why it's B2. I was half expecting the mock deep Roger Roger after that.
Roger Roger.
Roger Roger.
So it mentions that this floor is reception, the offices, the head researcher. This is where the vending machines are, and it mentions a lift.
Okay. B2.
Do you walk down the stairs?
Is the map bolted to the wall?
Yes, the map is bolted to the wall.
Well, time to unbolt that sucker.
It's bolted to the wall.
No. The map is not bolted to the wall. The map is inlaid in there. The thing is made out of punch sheet steel. It is affixed to the wall with freaking concrete lag bolts.
Time to unfix that sucker.
And there is adhesive underneath it just for good measure.
Okay, so what you need to do is light the fireplace so it heats up the design, and then you press a wood plaque against it to burn a impression of the map.
I don't think I have.
I think I just heard Moon teleports.
You know what? Fuck it.
across
The map is just painted onto the wall. You can't take it. It is painted onto the wall.
Time to carve out a section of
It
the
is
wall.
painted onto the wall. It has been hit with resilience. So just the map is part of the wall. Just deal with it.
This is the part.
Doesn't Arcane have a welding
hold
tool?
on. No. This is the part where MT reminds you that he is a detective and has a camera.
Doesn't he have a welding tool though?
Motherfucker, you can't weld concrete.
You can use the welder to cut it though.
Not without fucking specialized acrylics or fucking metal acrylic spray.
That sounds like quitter talk.
I went to school for welding.
Wait a second, doesn't he have bric-a-brac? Paper and pencil.
I will bric-a-brac you in the goddamn sack.
I deserve it at this point.
Oh wait, I thought that. Oh no, that's you. You're Martini. I thought it was Mythic saying that.
No, I'm the one that deserves everything.
No, you stop that. You deserve head pets and congratulations.
Nah.
No,
All right.
no.
Maybe
Genuinely, you deserve congratulations for the fact you are now the CEO of porn.
I thought you were going to say because you're still alive. That's up for debate.
Living is overrated.
It really is. All right. So he had to step away. So, Mythic. Chifudo's glowing again.
Blue this time.
Yeah, faint blue.
That's a really nice color for Chifundo. Also, I have to wonder still if Glyfundo is an okay thing.
Glyfundo?
Glowfundo.
Glowfundo. That's why I was curious. It's like, where did that come from? But oh no, Glowfundo, yeah.
There we
No,
go.
wait, hang on. He's got it. He's got an ox symbol on his flank. That is a glyph. Glyphundo.
I was gonna say, can the glow be shown or seen? Or is that only? Oh, here we go.
So
there we go. Glowy boy.
Oh god, he's gonna do something dumb.
So I know we've established. I know we've established a couple of times that touching the glowing shaman zebra while they're doing shaman things is probably a bad idea. I'm gonna touch the zebra.
On an unrelated note, I'm half tempted to rename this game. Oh God, they're gonna do something dumb.
Okay, Moon, you just described every tabletop RPG ever.
And
yep. Why don't you just call it stupid prizes for stupid games? The game.
Yes, anytime someone touches the glowing zony, they go on a magic trippy ride.
Yes, RNGs take the wheel. All right, so you're gonna poke. So you're going to poke the shiny zebra.
Look, I know they always told me not to touch or bother the shamans when they're doing their glowy shaman stuff, but I mean, it's not like I'm spiritually aligned. What's the worst that could happen?
What? How many sanity points do you have?
Nowhere near enough.
Pineapple just kind of looks over at you. Together? Is he just extending a hoof?
No!
Together on the count of 3.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
They both touch.
Not the bean, no!
Lewd.
Okay. Let's see.
Hit the floor.
Would it
shift? And before nothing happens.
I need to roll luck for the bean.
Do I need to roll luck? Or is it just negative 10 willpower? I just go face first into that shit.
I mean, it is warm and inviting in spite of being a literal blue light.
Well, there's a luck check, but yeah, Mythic's going all hooves on that.
Oh yeah, the bean does not pass that. Okay.
No.
So you're slow and steady, and this is not the first time you have accidentally stolen CP. No, Chifundo pay-per-view.
Really? Really? You're going to equate me to one of the shittiest TV practices in a long time?
I said stealing Chifundo pay-per-view.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, no. Mythic spliced the line. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, but Chifundo's still providing the pay-per-view.
Look, man, I'm just borrowing your Hulu account for a little bit, you know? Don't look big about that. Come on.
Anyway, so was Mythic ends task win 32. Pineapple has no idea what's going on and is just yoked at high speeds mentally into the zebra. There's just a very soft wee.
In hindsight, probably should have suggested that we touch each other and then touch the zebra.
MT, you just came back at the right point. Mythic and Pineapple are doing something incredibly dumb.
No, I came back to sit down too. We both touch each other and then we both touch the zebra.
Well,
without any context.
Fortunately, that is not what happened. I just suggested that should have probably been the thing that happened, but oh well.
It's happening now.
Oh, were y'all taking Mythic and Pineapple to the Spirit Temple?
Going on a trip.
And a favorite rocket ship. Gosh dang it.
So as you're taking a leisurely journey in your favorite rocket ship, Pineapple is hurtling through at the speed of thought. Actually, what is his...
Welcome to Shoggoth Land, where every ride can either get you insane, eaten, or killed.
Or worse. Tea time with the Elder Gods.
Oh, I was genuinely not expecting him to pass that. Okay.
Nice.
Are you telling me that Pineapple passed a spiritual affinity check?
Yes.
Pineapple passed
I
the
need
check
to roll
at 4. That's good.
Yeah, because spirit affinity is not high unless you build into it.
Even then, it's difficult to spec into it properly without really curtailing other parts of your character.
Well, yeah.
Let me tell you the tale. The tale of somebody who thought min-maxing shamanism was a good idea.
I didn't min-max shamanism.
Oh, no, it's not you. No, as in fact, it's one of my players.
All right, but you
That's
passed.
fun.
All right, but you passed luck, so you don't need to worry about spirit affinity. So as you kind of float through the dreamscape into Chifundo land, aside from the fact that everything is just taken on a slightly pink quality, which then rapidly shifts to blue. Oh God, don't blue shift in Chifundo.
I heard tales about that game.
So
Blue Shift was fun, but it wasn't worth the price tag.
So as you proceed to approach and notice a noticeable fraction of C. Anyway, so you slowly drift in, just kind of mentally floating there. And as you come into view, you can see that Pineapple has kind of crash landed. Let me see. I need to roll. Okay, coincidentally, has crash landed in about the same spot Chifundo was.
Time to change maps.
Wait, shit, we're inside the Temple of Chifundo?
Wait, what? Thank you!
Oh, I hit the wrong damn button. Fuck off. Do you know how many map tiles I have on this thing?
I'm going to guess you've not cleared out a single map since you started running this game.
I have cleared out 2, and that's only because they were broken links.
I hate to think what that top bar of your screen looks like in that case. Oh, hey, they're still massive.
So we land. Is there anything of immediate threat?
Wait, so they actually landed on the temple, but Sunrise couldn't get anywhere near the driveway?
Pineapple crash landed and does not look very good because of it. Mythic is not on top of it. I just moved the token over there to resize it. Mythic, from your vantage point, you can see that Pineapple does not look good. His colors are blurring a bit.
Oh dear, I'm going to have to go after them, which means I'm going to have to go through the dungeon, aren't I?
Yeah, the coat's mostly yellow, but every now and then it just shifts a bit greenish. And less that and more as you float into where it should be, there's just a wall.
Invisible wall?
Oh, wait a minute. No, hold on. There's a bit of a wall. Make me a willpower.
Fuck's sake, will you stop rolling willpower?
This can't be good.
Stop rolling willpower.
Yep. Nope. You cannot. The barrier is beyond the scope of your ability to muscle through. You are not mentally strong enough to force your way through this barrier.
Well, in absence of being able to force my way through anything, I shall do the only thing that any normal person would do.
Oh fuck!
I knock and ask for permission.
Don't
knock.
Already.
Just type out exactly what you're doing, or the exact action that you're doing with your roll.
By the way, Moon, am I right in describing this general area in chat as being a mix of Zebra, Pony, and Eldritch?
Send it directly to you, or just the game chat here in Roll20?
Yeah, you just type in Roll20. It's a combination of equine, Mesoamerican. It's a combination of equine, Mesoamerican, Egyptian, and a little bit of assorted mystical hui.
Bahui.
Oh, wait, actually, Chifundo, you passed that lore check, so as you're going down there, you would notice that the overall architecture of this temple is old. Like, the princesses were both small, old.
Temple architecture is old. The princesses were probably Small's level of old.
just waiting for Mythic to spiral power through this thing.
Going for the dramatic but nice one attempt first. Do I need to roll a diplomacy?
Diplomacy the door.
You are able to slip through. There is, as you go through, there is a sensation as if your entire body is being scanned.
I have another important question. Does he have any equipment on? Or is he just whatever you are underneath all of your armor, without any armor or equipment, just a pony?
You left the blade motes back in Valor's Keep, yeah?
No, they are on his person. They are in their sheaths.
Okay. That is the only thing you have on you.
No armor, no other swords, just the blade motes and sheaths.
Bad of honor! Bad of honor!
Shut the fuck up, Avrana. Don't give them any ideas.
Just
No, Arvana, keep going.
Okay, well, I sacrificed Sunrise.
You know, now that I think about it, Pineapple's probably got multiple quarts of blood in his body.
Rack shell.
Oh my god.
Continue that line of thought and we're gonna find out.
Well, Sunrise just volunteered, so I sacrifice her.
You know, last time I checked, I didn't touch Chifundo without permission, so I'm pretty sure you're the volunteer.
Okay, no, let's not go there because when we get there, you're gonna wish you had stayed right here.
These two aren't the first to join Chifundo at this temple. Sunrise was the first.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, Sunrise almost killed Chifundo trying to force her way in.
No, she didn't try to force her way in. Moon, she decided against it, and Moon said, "Good call."
But then also, Sunrise was never there with Fundo at the.
I mean, Sunrise turned up after. In fact, Chifundo was alerted to a presence and went to investigate to find Sunrise stood looking rather confused at the barrier surrounding the path and the temple, which is why I was kind of confused as to why Moon let you guys in. But
I promise I'm not playing fast and loose with this.
Oh no, I'm curious more than that.
No,
I 100% don't believe you, but let's go with it.
That's fair. I had to stop and double check for a second to make sure that I wasn't playing fast and loose, but then no, I remembered why.
I'm just sitting here like I'm getting Persona vibes and I'm happy.
Anyway. So you were able to touch down. As soon as your hooves touch down on the surface, there is an entire chill through your body and just a small voice in your head that mutters, "You are not welcome here."
Wait, what?
The Pineapple, however, is just kind of a lump on the floor, still breathing, but just quietly muttering,
I apologize for the intrusion, strange voice, but yeah, I need to save my comrade in there, and we'll be on our way if we are not that welcome.
There is no response.
Ah, the joys of automated alarm systems.
Yeah, I definitely should have asked for implicit permission from Chifundo before doing that. So this is why you're not supposed to touch shamans while they're doing shaman stuff. Okay. And on he goes to save Pineapple from... Is he on top of the thing?
Pineapple is on top of the thing. I need to scoot that token over.
Remember, folks, that spirit voice was doing the equivalent of Clint Eastwood holding a shotgun going, "Get off my lawn."
I just want my ball!
Oh, God.
Okay, Mythic's reply. So is there a clear way up there, or am I going to have to, or is he going to have to go in to go up?
Well, you are still floating.
Oh.
Yeah, no, you're still flying. Fly floating. Hovering.
Can he move? Is he able to move, or is he just kind of floating?
Well,
zero gravity.
How does he attempt to move?
Walking, swimming. Eventually, he might realize he has TK, so he could just float it. He can just push himself with TK. But
as you attempt to trot in place or swim, you manage to move yourself about an inch forward, but it's very clear that you are getting nowhere fast.
Okay, try for the cheap one. TK push.
What are you pushing against?
Myself. I am using my TK to essentially grab myself and he is using TK to grab himself and push himself along.
Try the ground.
I'm floating! I can't reach the ground!
Equal and opposite forces. Push against the ground, you'll push yourself away.
He's a magic horse, not a physics horse, please.
You're not wrong, though.
You're not wrong.
I can't get down.
Climb down. Maybe if I use maybe if I build a motor to propel or something, I can propel myself forward. No!
Well, you could use your TK to pull yourself towards the ground.
Well, I could pull myself toward the ground, but if I could already do that, I can just pull myself forward.
I was going to say, if you look at a point to anchor on and pull, I will allow that.
Okay, so it's not just a shapeless horse. I have to actually grapple myself somewhere.
Yes, you're essentially suspended in a sort of not stasis field is such a blasé term, but you're basically just in some kind of you're just in some kind of zero G field. You feel like you should be able to move, but
it's a dream. It's like a dream. You feel like you're on solid ground. You feel like you should be able to move, but when you try to move,
you do not feel like you're on solid ground. Your hooves are in air.
Ah.
Yeah. No.
Right,
as you're kicking, there's nothing under there. You are in air.
All right. Well, we are going to try that, and he is going to use his TK to pull himself toward the ground because I don't know. Maybe he just needs to contact the ground to finish the entry process, or I don't know. We're going to try that.
Okay, the ground up here or the ground down here?
The ground of wherever he's flying. How high in the air is he? Where is he?
I'd say he's about 300 feet above the ground.
Holy shit.
Watch that voice step. It's a real doozy.
Yeah.
It really is a real doozy, considering you're not falling.
Just remember, if you actually die in here, you do die in real life.
You mean ponies die if they are killed?
Right.
Look, you don't have no idea how much of a legitimate question and answer that this is.
God damn it. I hate that fucking subtitle.
You're welcome!
But it's so accurate.
I know!
If you think about it, it is a good and valid statement. Do they die if they are killed?
Well,
Some
if they
things
die
do
in
not
here,
die
when
if they are killed.
Well, I mean, if they die in here, it might potentially mean their soul gets rended. So, I mean, depends on how much you value your soul. I mean, if you don't value it, go on ahead.
Or just get stuck as another soul in the recombulator, which is probably equally as horrifying. God damn it. Okay, well, yep, he's just going to pull himself toward the nearest closest ground, which I guess would be the top of the temple up there if he's pretty much 300 feet above ground.
All right. You still expend
Moon is
the.
about to control Alt Delete Pineapple.
All I'll say is it's a really good thing that he passed his spirit affinity check. You, even though you know that the range of that building is outside of how far you should be able to grab something telekinetically, it seems to be just within reach. It'll still burn through a couple points of strain, but you're able to essentially grapple your way down to the top part of this ziggurat.
Neato, hooves touch ground. Then what?
Well, as your hooves contact solid ground, you can tell that it is solid. This is firm. This has, the same kind of sound and feel and everything as, brick and standard building material. Give me a perception check.
New seeker is after.
Also, you can see Pineapple. He appears unhurt, but just definitely kind of dazed and out of it. Shit.
I don't quite see shit, Captain.
He kind of wiggles back onto a hoof and props himself up, and then waves with the other hoof and flops back down onto his side. Oh, hey, you came after me.
Well, of course, I can't just leave you here, you know?
I mean, you could.
You're right. That wouldn't be very heroic of me, though.
He just beams. There's a small squeak. Yeah, are you cold? It's cold.
Is he cold?
It's not cold.
So it occurs to me that this is probably not a good idea, and perhaps we probably should have touched each other before touching the zebra. So maybe we, with our powers combined, try
big gay magical singularity. He struggles back up to his hooves and looks around. There's a lot of weird writing on this building.
Are you hearing any voices telling you that you're not welcome here?
I think I heard something, but it might have just been the ringing in my ears when I crash landed onto here. I kind of thought I was gonna die. I was going really fast.
Yeah, I was a little worried about you. Quite a bit worried.
I was worried about you too, but I was also admittedly worried about me. I think this was a mistake. This is a bit too much adventure for me. I don't know how to get out, though.
I don't either. This is going to sound very strange, but maybe try asking for permission to be here.
Okay. He walks over to the wall and puts a hoof on it and looks up at the side of the wall. I would like permission to be here.
The army of Fiora has a new officer.
And then
Welcome,
the two
son.
of you hear kind of just a booming voice. You are not welcome.
Huh. Well,
Zoinks, they better run.
Do you feel any better? Did he any different than just being cold now?
He turns around and looks to you as the normally yellowish coat is turning a bit of a pale yellow, almost white. Yeah, I really don't feel good.
Yeah. Okay. We should probably get you out of here. Somehow.
Do you know how to wings? I know some unicorns could do wings.
Well, no, I don't know the wings spell myself. I'm not sure where you would fly to either.
Damn, where's a magenta buck when you need one?
A magenta buck?
Yeah, you know, with some energy drink, gives you wings.
Ah. I don't know. I tried one of those one time. I think they lied to me. I did not grow wings.
I don't know. I wasn't allowed to have one when I was younger.
Probably a good thing.
Yeah, I don't remember my youth. I just all of a sudden can't recall my youth.
Is this a GM suddenly, oh shit, aspect of this NPC I never considered?
Oh no. No, there's a slightly terrified look on his face, as if there's about 10 years of his life that are just gone.
All right. Calm down. Breathe.
He just clings and attempts to breathe.
Kind of wrap a reassuring hoof around him, and just.
He's definitely hyperventilating.
All right, just stay calm, chill. Panic is only going to make it worse. Telling you that does not make it better, I know, but
Yeah. Right. Calm, rational, calm and rational. Calm and rational. I fucked up. Calm and rational.
No, you did not fuck up. I fucked up for suggesting that this is a thing that we do. I probably should have just got in here by myself before inviting you along.
It's okay. I wanted to follow you to the ends of Equestria and back. I just kind of wish I'd put the brakes on that ever so slightly before touching zebras. My dad was right. Nothing good comes from touching zebras.
No, it's fine. I mean, Chifundo's like the weird fluffy zebra. I mean, it's totally forgivable to want to touch this fluffy zebra.
So
racist.
Yes, she is. Or yes, he is a little bit.
No, Moon. Technically,
No, I fucked.
Technically, you could say he or she for Chifundo. Either is valid, so long as Chifundo's okay with it.
That is fair. And but right now we are going full on blue Chifundo. So are we going with old school blue or modern blue?
DJ Bone 3 blue.
Good question.
Okay, so yeah, electric pot blue. Okay.
All right, so definitely need to get you out of here. I'm not quite feeling the ill effects, but that could be any number of reasons for that. You know what? That's a good thing. Just concentrate on the fluffiness. You touching Chifundo. Soft, fluffy, Zoni.
He closes his eyes and starts to think of soft and fluffy, and soft and fluffy, and soft and fluffy. And before your eyes, Pineapple's coat becomes soft and fluffy.
Huh. That was not the intended effect.
I kind of want to hug myself now.
Okay, well, maybe if you focus on being awake.
I mean, he could always tap his back hooves together and go, "There's no place like home," over and over again.
Yeah. Try tapping your hooves together 3 times and say, "No, there's no place like home. There's no place like Blasted Equestria. There's no place like Blasted Equestria."
Okay. He just kind of proceeds to balance on you and actually lifts his back hooves into the air and taps once. There's no place like Blasted Equestria. And taps a second time. There's no place like Blasted Equestria. Taps a third time and disappears.
Huh. That worked. I didn't think that would work.
Meanwhile, back in the real world, Pineapple flops to his chest. Legs were, up in the air. It seemed he was actually attempting to clack his back hooves together. Lost balance.
Ah!
Ooh, Moon! We just made a actual 20 strike.
What?
A 20 strike because I made the suggestion out of character. They took it. They did it. And it worked.
You must feel so proud of yourself. Go take a shot of booze and come back.
Hey, I has power!
Anyway, so Mythic, you have gotten the bean out.
Now, while the smart thing would be to follow the bean along, he failed 2 willpower saves critically.
Yeah, that's true.
And this place is like every wannabe hero's dream dungeon.
This one might kill you harder than that old module from D&D First Edition. The meat grinder.
Is Mythic about to go dungeoneering in Chifundo's own soul?
Hey, we did that in Persona 4.
I'll go something Mythic starts singing. I'll start dungeoneering into your heart.
I'm going to
Bitch, don't tempt me.
To Nyota then.
Hang on. Am I allowed to press the pause button and go, hey, can I take my turn now?
Oh, yeah, I was just going to lump you on after Nota, but I will interject you back in. But I still
I would say because there is no quick save button, there is no pause button.
Is it wrong to pick up mares in a Chifundo?
Wait,
I mean,
isn't Nyota's turn just going to be an endurance check with Valor?
I want to slap you, Quick Stitch, but I also just want to hug you because that anime is fantastic.
It is.
Oh
pretty
yeah,
good.
Belle is hilarious.
I feel like I should watch it. Yeah, I'll put it on my list.
Although, no, Mythic, let's be perfectly honest. At this point in time, you're going to be reenacting is it wrong to pick up sanity damage in a dungeon?
What's the difference?
So, out of curiosity, can I ask just how many points of sanity Pineapple just took?
That silence is very reassuring.
Well, Pineapple took 3.
Only 3?
I was about to say, hey, Mythic, I hate to break it to you. Your lover might survive, but he's definitely a veggie now.
Yeah, 3 is the highest you can take on a single source of sanity damage. However, you can keep taking Eldritch damage. Getting 1 hit of Eldritch damage does not prevent you from taking subsequent Eldritch damage. It is usually hard to get it from the same source, but if you're, standing next to something that, I don't know, an Eternal Scout who's just taken off the blinders, every turn that you're next to them is just going to be 3 points of sanity damage.
But I have the perk that lets me roll that.
Did you pick that perk back up because you
Yes,
got rid
I did.
of it? Okay.
Yes, I did.
Oh,
I'm
that's
pretty
beautiful.
sure we've
What
had
happens
this
into
discussion
that?
repeatedly now.
You can't take it mythic because I would have probably taken it if I could.
I can't remember what the rules are on it.
I was going to say, is it a zebra only perk?
No, there's a variant of it for zebras, and then there's prideful for griffins and pegasi.
Yes.
I know because I have it on my character because I have
I
a griffin
remember now.
character.
We discussed it as well, didn't we? I remember now.
The closest thing you would be able to take as just regular pony, I believe, is the Wasteland Guru one. It's the one that not Wasteland Guru. It's the one that gives penalties for resisting. It's the one that gives penalties for resisting mental attacks.
I don't actually know what that one is.
I'll have to double check. I don't remember the name.
Oh no, it's not mental. Well, there is also Gum Chewer, which gives you a flat out 50% to ignore any effect that might hurt you or something.
Yeah, no, Gum Chewer would give you a static, essentially 1 out of 5 or 1 out of 50 to attempt to resist it while you're chewing gum.
Yeah. Okay, you got that list up for the floors? Or am I going to have to physically walk down the staircase and check each floor?
You're going to physically have to walk down the staircase and check each floor.
Okay, can we have a small rewind real quick? By the way, you mentioned that wall has resiliency on it? With the paint?
I'm saying that the paint is player proof.
Okay, dang it. Well, because I was going to say, if it has resiliency on it, if it has the expert level on it from unicorns, we could just turn that wall into a legendary weapon.
No. See, the paint was the paint itself is the legendary object. The resiliency is cast on the paint.
Ah, dang it. Okay, that's fair. Still, it's respectable though for making sure the paint lasts.
Yeah, exactly. That paint is flawless. There is 0 weathering on it.
Now I'm just imagining casting resiliency on a Sharpie.
That is evil.
You're not allowed to do that. That's a chaotic. That is actually karma loss.
That's just chaotic. That's not chaotic evil. That's just chaotic.
No, it's chaotic evil if you do the on somebody's face and then cast it.
MT. Just do it.
Yep. If you can resiliency a Sharpie, it is an immediate point of karma loss.
That's the part where you use it as a Chekhov's gun and wait for the villain to start doing a monologue, and then whenever they're not paying attention, use sensory foil, visual, and touch, and then you just draw a mustache on their face while they're monologuing.
No, Adagio is the right answer to the villain monologuing. You take out the biggest gun you have, and you just unload on their face.
You mean the Fable 2 answer?
Because we did that, was it twice to Pip?
But the fun part is you get to confuse them.
I mean, what Hetty just described is like right out of Wizards.
Right. Anyways, on the rails, are there any stairs that go up? Or is it like this is top of the stairs?
I'm just waiting for Moon to reenact the Final Fantasy VII stair climbing scene from the Shinra Tower.
Moon, you there? Or are you looking for your notes?
Oh, all 88
look up that
floors of that
sequence.
frickin' tower climb.
Moon was commiserating the lost time of his life.
I have never more identified with a character than Barrett just going, I am not meant to climb stairs. Anyway, I was also hitting the wrong key to queue up. So yeah, there is nothing at the top. You were at the top of the landing.
Okay. Now I'm gonna go down to B2.
Okay. B2. B2 simply the paint has reads labs. Underneath it, in what is very clearly what the hell? Under what is very clearly added on. So it seems as if they have the ability to use some of this paint inside of here.
Find this paint and create legendary armor.
Because it's not. Stop creating legendaries.
Paint sunrise with it.
No, that paint would not come off your armor, unless you fail-safed it. Anyway,
we let Nuka cover. We let Nuka and her friends coat it in Philly graffiti. I don't think I covered that.
I thought that was Box's Box, or was that Sunrise's?
It was Box's Box.
Box's Box. I gave Huey, Dewey, and Louie from the Christmas episode a bunch of markers and grinned.
It was both. Both of their armors, both of their outer shells have been attacked by foals and coloring utensils.
Alrighty.
But yes, it reads laboratories, and underneath it in some hoof writing just reads generational housing. The stairway leads down.
Okay, he will head down to B3. He's basically taking note of every floor before he does anything else.
Okay, B3 is the end of the stairs.
What?
B3 reads cafeteria.
Oh. Crap. Okay, that puts a wrench in things. This is about to get real fun. Moon, I'm about to ask a very, very weird question.
I can guarantee you I've heard weirder.
How high is the ceiling of the hallways?
About 2 blunts in.
Whoa, do I need to cast teleport, go pick up Hayes, then teleport back?
Why are you trying to jump?
No, you said 2 blunts in.
I was being funny. The ceiling seems to be it's one of those let's see, it would be 7.
Also, by the way, while I'm thinking,
somewhere between 6 and 7 feet is the general sense of the staircase.
Frick, curse being tall for once. Crap. Okay. Because I am pretty sure those ghouls are going to be taller than 4 or 5 feet. Ish. Okay, is there any signs of the lower floors being blocked or anything?
No, I think you're literally at the bottom of the stairwell. It's concrete underneath you.
So have you ever been to the very bottom of a landing of stairs?
Yes.
So you come off the stairs, and there's a little bit of a void that seems to, where the next flight of stairs would be. There's a little bit of storage being used here, and you can see underneath you can see where the last row of stairs kind of meters in, since it's still carved from earth.
There was never any stairs below this point, and this particular stairwell.
Arcane will walk over to where the next stairwell might be, taps the floor twice, kind of just checking to see if there's anything underneath that, and then checks the closet if there is one.
It's not a closet. It's just a couple crates, and no, there doesn't seem to be anything hollow or a hidden passage or anything. This In fact, actually, you've seen enough pre-war buildings to know that this is what the normal architecture should look like.
Okay. What's in the crates?
Just some basic supplies. One of them is empty, and it seems like it was put here just for storage. The other has some, rations and things in it. A couple of them have been ripped open, but for the most part, it seems like it's the kind of pre-war food that was designed to last forever.
You've entered the DLC, and this is the crate you have to leave all your equipment in.
Not all your equipment. You just have to make sure that you're under a certain weight cap because you're going hiking.
Hiking in power armor.
Is there a window I can look through for the door? For level 3. Also, follow-up question: has anything been mentioned on the radio yet?
There's probably been a little bit of chatter, but nothing major.
Okay. Wasn't sure if there's anything mentioned about the blue ghouls or anything.
I'm not sure if she was. I'm not sure if Sunrise was, relaying the information that she got from the researcher, but regardless, there is a small window. However, the other side of the window is just darkness. Every now and then you see what appears to be a stray spark or arc of light, but it's almost pitch black in there.
Arcane will very tentatively take off his hat, set it on the ground, pull out his helmet. This is the part where I should have checked ahead of time in the NPC book. I'm just gonna have to use default for now until I get a quick guide on him. He will. Okay. Is the door locked? Correct.
Less locked, more stuck. You can lift the handle up and down, no problem. Give me repair mechanics.
Okay, give me a moment. I need to make sure to roll at a. Oh, right, I forgot I have a stacking penalty. Screw me. Minus 32, and then the sanity.
Don't worry. This is an easy check.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say you just need to not crit fail.
That is that's a cutie mark skill crit.
So you're putting on the helmet light, yes?
Yes.
All right.
He is specifically changing to it because the cafeteria was mentioned. That's where the ghouls were. Plus, also, yeah, no, the lighter is not going to cut it here.
Yes. Yeah. So you put on the light. You shine it in through the window.
Yes.
All right. So aside from it just being kind of caked in a layer of dust, you can see inside to some degree, and there is obvious rubble and wreckage on this side. As you move around, resituate yourself to get better looks, you finally internalize that this door, when everything happened, whether some kind of explosion went off or there was a miniature earthquake or something,
the explosion from the cafeteria, most likely.
The door seems to have moved about 2 degrees rotationally.
Hmm.
So the door is just stuck in its frame.
Wait, tilted like 2 degrees.
So you know how doors, open on their hinge?
Yes, how they swing that way. Is it 2
It was-
degrees the other way?
No, it's 2 degrees laterally. Hold on. Let me.
Yeah, picture might help. I'll still give you credit for being a sneaky son of a gun and making sure you can't get a straight shot to B4 and B5.
You ever seen what happens when the hinges on a door break, but the door is still inside the door frame?
Kind of.
Okay.
Oh, like the door kind of sinks sideways.
Yes.
Hmm. You know what? Can I ride that crit and attempt to fix the door?
With that crit, you know that the only way through is going to be to remove the door. There is no fixing it. The hinges are warped.
Okay.
But what you do know is that a door like this can be removed. It requires effort and a little bit of force, but it can be removed, and the hinges actually can be replaced.
Yeah, no, it's not the effort or anything removing that. It's me considering the consequences of opening that door. I'm probably gonna have to burn a bit of strain, but I need to boot up a part of the book. I need to boot up Parallax Safe real quick.
What are you trying to boot up?
I need to get to weapons.
Okay.
Or, you just wait until Hayes is there with his beer-powered hydraulic ram.
Or I can face the door and make sure no ghouls can get through. And Hayes has his hydraulic ram to just that way he can open the door for everyone else. Moment, because I need to know what level of restraint I'm going to need to give this bunny.
I support this further party split.
Armed. I'm probably going to have to go with restraint level 2, most likely. Except Throne does not have a freaking tier list, so this is going to be fun. Okay, I need to check my.
Are you summoning it and sending it through the door?
Oh no, I'm gonna summon. My plan is I'm gonna summon the bunny.
Okay.
And then go through the door with phase.
Okay.
Because then I can close phase and guarantee that ooh, hang on, I need to run some math.
All right, so while you're trying to figure out numbers, do you have enough strain to cast phase and to cast a companion?
It's 60 for threat level yellow. I have 110 currently, so that'll bump me down to 50. I'm realizing very, very quickly I might need to find a wall socket.
Yeah, so you can open that all up.
I have enough strain.
Okay.
This one has 30 for the door as well.
No.
Not 30, 20 DT.
20
Or does
DT.
this one have less DT? Okay.
No, 20 DT.
Oh,
yeah, sorry. Technically, this would have 19 DT because part of the door is damaged.
And I don't want to start kicking the door. If I... Wait, will I even have...
I mean, you could remove the thing with a crowbar.
I know, but I don't want... Okay.
I think it's more of a case of MT doesn't want to release the blue ghouls on everybody.
Bingo. Because I'm trying to avoid releasing the ghouls. I could pop a teleport, though, and save myself 15. Actually, saving that 15 might be enough. Ooh. Hang on. Does this do a... Okay, it doesn't do a pop. So you said I can see through the window, right? So I'm going to teleport through the door first.
You need some kind of a light source. You do have line of sight. It will be you will have a -10 because you're trying to go through something you can barely see.
Okay, so I have a bonus of 25. Okay, Arcane will line of sight teleport through the door.
All right, you line of sight. You
minus
kind of bonk off the rubble, scramble, stand, plant yourself. Get the very immediate sensation that the inside of this half of the cafeteria is definitely a hazard zone. There are still, sparking bits of wire. The floor is completely uneven. There are large sections of stone ceiling that have fallen.
For starters, Arcane is going to pick up his hat, toss it on the floor, or on the flattest piece of ground, then tap his right front foreleg against the floor twice.
Okay.
Next to the hat. That will be a 35 bonus. And the kid will crawl out of the hat.
Okay, summon a companion.
That is okay, I need to note down. So my maximum strain is reduced by 90. Oof.
All right, so you summon a companion. Even with your headlamp, it is dark in here.
Dane will pick up his hat and stow it back away, giving a nod to the kid before offering a hoof to help her up to his head.
Okay.
And then he will check down the hallway for the sparks. Are there... Sorry, it's a little cold in my room right now, so I'm kind of shaking.
You good?
I could probably put on a jacket or some pants or something in a minute. Okay, the sparks in the hallway. Can I attempt to inspect them to see if there's a power line?
If you move a little bit closer to them, you can see that it's a dangling piece of wire. Up ahead, there is a lamp or a light that was fully affixed to the ceiling is now broken. It seems that it ran power to that. It seems it still is running some power. So yes, there is a live wire.
Okay. There's no water on the floor, is there?
Not that you can see right here.
Okay. Okay. I need to think this through. Are there any wall plugs in the hallway? Because I could. I'm an Earth Pony. I could manage to BS my way through this.
You mean on the other side of the... Yeah. So on the other side of the door, if there were any wall sockets or anything, they're covered with a fine layer of dust. There has not been someone moving around in this part for a while.
All right. Arcane will keep the light up, keep his head on a swivel. Actually, I probably need to boot up the kid's sheet in just a moment. And he will make his way over to the wall socket, dust it over. I'm assuming with the maintenance kit granting a plus 32, he probably has some tools to check it and see if there's a current running through it, right?
It's dead.
Ah, frick, okay. Could I make a repair and mechanics check while looking at that live wire to potentially think if it is possible to rig the live wire into the EPAM to give it a quick charge? This is the part where I really wish I had a sparkle battery on me.
That's definitely a thing you could do.
Whistles and having a bunch of those on my person.
I know you have 5 of them.
Yeah, you're pretty sure that if you hold it steady in TK, you're pretty sure that you could rig that thing up to give yourself a charge.
Do I want to take a bet with a 20%? Oh wait, hang on. I have a 32 lightning resist.
What?
How do I?
Is it from a Ministry of Peace cloak?
No, I have a 20 for minute. Oh, I think I modified. Oh, right. This is before. Okay, I have a 20. It.
Okay.
We had the talk about the inherent. I need to refix the formula.
All right, so you have a 20. That sounds about right.
Yeah. I mean, unless I take rank 2 of extreme tolerance, I get 40. Look, it's part of my plan to get some maxed elemental resist. Repair mechanics check.
Yes.
Okay, give me a moment. This counts as old world technology still. Oh wait, no, you said everything in here. I just want to double check.
Just roll.
Okay. I have a minus 35 to this check. That's a 44. I will take the 44. I'm
Okay.
guessing if needed, I can bric-a-brac up some tools.
No, you need to roll your lightning resistance.
Oh, frick. Okay. 100 compared to 20. That's how you do it, right?
I mean, I just asked you to roll for that. No, it normally works like DR. I asked you to roll this specifically since you actually had it.
Oh, okay.
Your hair is going to be sticking up on end for a while. But
also, can I just say, doing dumb things with electricity is not just its only thing.
Okay. You can rig the thing up and recharge a little bit of your strain.
I'm guessing that's the 31.
But you're pretty sure that if you keep it on there any longer, there's going to be some problems because because the EPAM is getting hot.
No, if it's getting hot, that's a bad thing. So he will pull it off, and I'm guessing I can't just camp there, let it cool off, charge it again, camp it, charge it back up.
I mean, you can.
Can I make a repair mechanics check to estimate that?
Can you make me a lightning resist check?
I don't want to get.
Also, I'm going to assume it's a minimum of several minutes between charging cycles.
Yeah, it's a bit. You have to wait for the thing to cool back down. So
yeah, time is probably not on my side here.
You could probably manage 4 in an hour if you were willing to roll the dice and deal with some leg burn. 3 in an hour if you were feeling a little bit, less time pressured.
I'm not going to take the risk. Roll 20 already gave me its blessing. I'm going to play it safe. Just getting that 31 allows me to have a lot more tricks up my sleeve.
Yeah, if you...
At most, I can just summon, another threat level yellow NPC.
I'm going to say that you are limited to 1 summon at a time.
1 summon of threat level green and 1 summon of threat level yellow.
I'm going to say you were limited to 1 summon at a time for this exact moment in time until I look it back over.
I want to ask because the doggo was still active.
I thought the doggo's threat level yellow.
I summoned it as a threat level green.
Yes, it came out as a threat level yellow.
Oh.
Regardless,
because you rolled stupid on the check if I remember right.
I do have to point something out. I just realized this. Is MT moving around the map?
MT is not moving around the map at the moment.
Okay, I'm just making sure that we're okay just to keep looking at a static image.
Yeah, no, you are currently... So, as it is, MT's just basically moving around that one corridor. He's poked a little bit out into the cafeteria layer, but not much.
He kind of went into the area while it was still loading.
Yeah, he tried to pull off the Morrowind trick where you can outrun the loading screen, but
What are you talking about? He quick save load clipped through the floor.
Oh, you bitch.
No, he clipped through the door.
Anyway,
he quick save clipped through the door.
Are you going to camp there until you can try and recharge yourself, or are you going to poke around a little bit? Also, you don't have anything that gives you EFS, correct?
No, I do not have anything that gives me EFS.
Okay, cool. Make me a perception check.
Sorry. No, if you make me lose an eye, I'm going after that perk that gives me EFS and SATs.
Nope, I'm not making you lose an eye. I'm just asking you to make me a perception check.
I know. Okay, I need to roll at a -4. Oh my gosh.
Besides, if you lose an eye, Hazel just build it into your new cyber.
I know that was the idea. Arcane was going to come up with the design. Then he was going to talk to Hayes and be like, "Hey, would you mind looking over this? And if you wouldn't mind, could you install this in for me?" Because Medicinal has proven to be a really, really good doctor.
Names are hard. Arcane, you hear it's a little raspy, but it's almost a gurgling kind of growl.
Oh boy.
Does not seem immediately hostile. It sounds like it's looking.
Give me a moment. Breath and bone. In case I need a combat track. Also, I want to make sure I have the lyrics right. All right. Arcane will look up to the kid who is probably still sitting on his helmet. Stick with non-lethal for now. If we need to go lethal, I'll let you know.
Rabbit.
If we need the big... If we need to... Okay, fine. He will chitter back in Rabbit. Even though the Rabbit understands Equestrian fine. He will just simply say, stick to non-lethal for now. If we need to go lethal, we will. Let's just make sure they're not sentient first. And if they're the big red button, let me start running.
Okay.
He will give a nod, and does he have a direction in which that growling is coming from?
No. It sounds like it is coming from all angles at once.
You know what? Actually, I need to boot up the kid's sheet real quick. Okay, it's called the kid. Because, actually, am I allowed to ask my animal companion if they can make a perception check?
Yes.
Cool. Yeah, do you mind, see, I can't really get a read on anything in here. Mind checking? I'm gonna roll a perception check. Quite literally, the bunny is my eyes and ears.
Okay. It's coming from all around you.
Oh.
Yeah, you know what you haven't really been doing since you phased through the door?
Backing my back as I...
Stealth.
You do realize...
here we go.
You do realize I have a -35 to stealth, right?
No, what Moon's on about is because you've not said, and I'm trying not to attract attention to myself.
You
No,
are currently the brightest thing that has existed in this place for a very long time.
Oh, look, a flare.
They are not moving quickly, but there is definitely a sensation of at least several things kind of creeping their way towards you. The sound of something just squishing around a broken shard of concrete, something snapping behind there, more of the wet gurgling growls.
Give me a moment. I am making sure. Oh, dang. Okay. Okay. Mad Bomber Bun, Tag, Exotic Body. Hang on. Sorry, I'm having to check like 2 or 3 things because Conjure Armaments is freaking stupid if you're an explosive build. Wait, are there any flares in the system?
Yeah, there's a flare gun, there are flares.
Okay, there isn't anything that's thrown though, so I am not
No.
going to. I'm not
Yeah.
going to be. I'm not trying to abuse this as bad as I can because
Yeah.
I can't.
There aren't really road flares. I mean, technically, the closest thing would be like one of the fire grenades, but no, there aren't really road flares.
All right.
No, there's just signal flares.
Well, technically,
moment.
if you just take a signal flare and pop it, it doesn't have to fire, and now it's lit like a road flare. You just can't hold on to it for very long because it gets really hot really fast.
I've never allowed myself to purchase a flare gun because the gun that I keep seeing says 12 gauge flares, and I know that if I buy a flare gun, I will try and fire a 12 gauge shell out of it.
I think somebody tried to do that. Yeah, there's a video of somebody doing
You
that.
can fire a 12 gauge shell out of it. The gun will not survive the shot. You can also try to fire a 50 cal out of it. Not only does the gun not survive the shot, the barrel of the gun is not long enough to house the bullet, so the bullet goes in a random direction.
Yeah, that was funny when I saw that
including
one.
possibly back at you.
Yeah, that was really. I was not expecting it to, but yeah. No, I know I'd destroy it. I know I would probably lose a finger. Okay, but yeah. So you can crudely. What are you trying to bric-a-brac your way out of this?
No, I'm trying to think because picking up. Okay, I had a plan and now I'm having to kind of do this on the fly. Okay, so if I pull out a flare, the flare is going to attract attention. However, I can also see. The problem is in this system there are no such thing as flashbang mines. Therefore, I cannot ask the kid to start laying some for me. So the best I've got right now.
Flashbang grenades. I have dozens of them. What the fuck are you on about?
Flashbang mines.
Oh, well, you haven't asked me to make those yet, so that's on you.
Well, I didn't think I'd need them.
She's out of line, but she's right.
Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, there aren't flashbang mines because I'm not actually that terrible of a person, and
okay,
my handle in Fee server is terrible person.
All right.
I was just reminded of most.
Hold on. Mythic or fuck. MT, you're up. You still have talking stick.
Okay. I'm still standing in a hallway, right? A long hallway, or did I pass into an intersection?
You're, for all intents and purposes, yes, you're in a very long, very wide hallway. There's just a lot of rubble. Also, your phase should still be open, so the option to fall back is still there. You didn't specify you closed it, so.
Wait, it counts as a sustained? You pop it, but it doesn't it's one of those weird ones where it doesn't give a time. Also, I didn't use phase, I teleported.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah, never mind. Scratch that.
However, no. I'm actually explicitly saving strain for the explicit purpose of being able to pop a medium range teleport. See, there's a reason why I chose to use basic. See, I'm making sure to cover my back. However, Arcane will unholster. Let's go. This is close range, so I'm going to go with Denfather's Toll.
which is a 20 gauge combat shotgun with an underslung Zebra grenade rifle. And he will slowly begin to back down the hallway, making sure the kid is watching behind, is kind of keeping her head on a swivel.
Jeez.
Basically, he is specifically trying to he's trying to find a corner, but he's also trying to see if he can find a way in or find a backup door. Actually, can he check for a room?
Having passed your perception check, and with the light from your helmet, you can tell that you are in what appears to be the far side of a cafeteria.
How tall is the cafeteria?
8-ish, 9-ish feet ceilings. Standard, industrial size cafeteria.
Okay, I was making sure whether it was the Vault 101 cafeteria kind of feel, or
Oh my god, it's not the cafeteria with an atrium.
Yeah, that's what I was making sure, because if it was an atrium, I could just last forever. Because gravity field at expert is a god. Okay.
You have gravity field?
Dude, manipulation is my game. Manipulation is my specialty. And then I picked up conjuration.
Gotta need you to fork over some of those spells.
If you've got transform, we're gonna have some fun.
So before you all commit horrible magic crimes.
Okay. So I'm on the far side of the cafeteria. Do there seem to be any other exits out of the room?
Not that you can, not that you have any kind of line of sight to.
You know what? And also because you mentioned it earlier, I'm gonna make a stealth check. Oh, actually.
Okay, you were at a minus 25 because of the headlamp.
Oh, right. I forgot about the minus 25. So the minus. All right, everyone. I'm rolling at a minus 60.
For the record, you're not supposed to be able to pass when you have a giant flashlight, so don't feel bad if you don't do good.
Wow.
Hang on. Okay, I need to check the kid sheet real quick for their sneak.
There was a 1% chance you could have rolled,
I'm just going to say that considering how badly you have failed, the kid is on top of your head, right?
Yeah, the kid has stealth 100.
Yeah, we will just. They also have bonuses because of size, so yeah, they're in stealth.
All right. Does there seem to be any movement in the room?
There is very faint movement from around chunks of rubble. It seems that whatever is here is sizing you up. Shining the light onto one of them, you can see this mangy, feral, just emaciated-looking blue creature. There seems to be this bluish purple saliva just kind of leaking out of the jowls of the thing. The eyes are milky white. It looks more like a wolf than a pony at this point. And those are some big teeth.
And I make an intelligence check or an academics check
for
to see if there's still a light on in the house.
Sure. You can roll charisma, actually.
Oh, gosh dang it. You had to angry empty noises.
Social intelligence.
That's fair. And I'm guessing I can't just, use the kid as a free boost to be able to roll twice on everything.
Not equine, wouldn't know.
Okay, that's fair.
As far as you can tell, all of the behavior that this thing is putting off is the same kind that a frightened dog would.
Okay. I need to. I apologize for putting this down to a crawl. I am making sure my choices are correct.
Yeah, well,
at least to my thoughts.
You can also let's see.
I think Nyota needs a turn.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I kind of stole this. I kind of took the
Well,
talking.
yeah. While you're up Shit Creek, Nyota.
Well, first things first, I'm going to roll strength, and Valor should too.
Don't forget those endurance checks.
No.
Ah, yes, the massage. But is there a happy ending?
Well, yes, it's implied that.
But I mean, there's always a happy ending. I mean, massages just feel good.
All right, and endurance. That I actually pass.
He's just so happy to see you.
And you know what? I think we'll just leave it as they're getting reacquainted.
I will put it this. I will put
Can
it
I
this
just
way.
put that in quotation marks?
Acquainted.
I mean,
reacquainted.
Quotation asterisk.
In quotation marks, while under the box of family friendliness.
Yes.
Well, Nyota, what is your current sanity score at?
Uh, 10 out of 12.
Okay. Heal 3 points. Yes, I know this puts you over cap.
Huh, he's blackjack now.
No. That.
Did you just quote that in front of Moon?
No. It's more the fact that Nyota feels safe now. Because that was Valor without boosting his strength at all.
So yeah, turns out Nyota with a guy, he's a bottom. Nyota with a woman, or with a mare, he's a top.
I was saving this image all night for Nyota's turn.
Switchblade Zebra. I thought you had already shown that. My mistake. But yes, so no, Nyota, you are actually, by the time you're all said and done, you would have a temporary charisma for a day too, because you are also styled and nice smelling and all sorts of freshly laundered.
Which means that when the charisma point from the styling goes away, I'll still be at a plus. I'll be at a +2 because the +1 temporary is from this, and the +1 temporary that I've got in excess of that is from equipment.
Yep.
But yeah, they will. I will enjoy the remainder of the evening with Valor, and hopefully anybody that needs to interrupt spiritual fuckery or actual fuckery can just give it like 15 minutes.
That's the other reason why his personal bed chambers have some kind of a draw curtain.
So yeah.
But the box of family friendliness finishes up after a certain point in time, and he would just, "Dear Nyota, what could I get you for? Can I make you dinner or lunch?"
Well, we could start with a glass of water.
He presents you a glass of cold water.
You know, that is luxury incarnate in the wasteland.
I may have talked one of the ponies in there into rigging me up a small water talisman.
Oh, and here I thought they might have rigged you up a refrigerator. But a water talisman is good too.
It the talisman was funneled through so that everything that comes out of it is about 40 degrees.
Well, I will enjoy the glass of water and, just appreciate Valor for who he is in all his glory for a moment before nodding and saying, dinner sounds nice. And, yeah, well, while you were fighting with Mythic, I had to take a minute to figure out what was going on, and, well, I found the note that I left you.
He just sags a little. Oh, I see.
I step over and I give him a hug. Very gingerly walking. Very gingerly walking.
He is very, very careful to help you, wraps wings around. I made sure that it stayed safe.
Well, I may be spoken for in this life, but who knows what the next will bring.
He just smiles at you. The cocksure tone of a griffin who was tasked with defending a stable through the eternity. Someone with such a strong and boisterous personality as this. Someone who constantly refers to themselves in the third person. It's all melted away, and he just... I am glad you are back. I know that it is not for long, and I know that it is not forever, but it has been quiet here. I still have a few people, or a few ponies who come through every now and then, but they're not you, Nyota.
And to be fair, waking up the way I did, I'm not sure I'm me entirely yet. There's still a lot of digging and remembering to do, and for that I have to thank you.
He smiles. No, I have to thank you. He just gets quiet. It looks like he's trying to form words, but he just settles on smiling at you, looking into your eyes. I am really glad I did not have to chop someone down the other day. I don't mind it, but it gets so tedious after a while.
Especially when some of those people aren't like us. They don't just get back up.
When most of them aren't like you, dear. There were a few every now and then who would, against, surprising me, have some kind of a core in them, but I'd usually just pick that up and hurl it as far as I can into the growing woods.
I have to admit, that's probably really disorienting for whoever that was.
Meh, fuck them.
Fair.
They clearly got it secondhand, or they were just some jacked warbird or some lost soldier. Handful of survivalists tried early in the days. You know, you'd think just seeing a griffin standing in some kind of armor with a sword would be enough of a deterrent.
Well, you know what they say. You can't fix stupid. Stupid is forever.
Yeah. Well, no, you can fix stupid. It just generally stops existing after you fix it.
No, dear. Ignorance is curable. Stupidity is terminal.
That's what I mean. You can fix it. It just involves unaliving them, as one might say.
I chuckle softly and turn back towards the bed and turn to Valor. So while you're making dinner, I suppose I should probably do some laundry, huh?
That would be nice. Those sheets have been through a war.
I mean, I wouldn't have called it that, but
a lengthy power struggle.
That's more accurate. I'm gonna give him another hug, and then I'm gonna step over to the bed and collect the offending sheets.
The sheets did nothing wrong.
No, the sheets did nothing wrong, but they are now definitely offensive.
Yeah.
And have Valor point me to the water talisman to get some water together, and I will break out one of my remaining bars of soap and begin the process of washing sheets while Valor cooks dinner.
He informs you that there's a small water tap outside, just kind of affixed to the building, and there's a small wash rack that Nyota can use. But as you're heading, he stops and puts a claw underneath your muzzle, looks you up, looks you from side to side, and smiles. You know, I'm glad you stopped wearing the eye patch. That striking emerald orb of yours was always one of the things I liked the most about you. Looking into your eye was like looking into eternity.
And you know what I said back then? Flattery will get you everywhere. But for now, you, and I reach up and I boop him on the beak, you have dinner to make.
That causes his entire form to recoil back, flailing at the spot where the hoof was. Just,
And I have laundry to do. But over dinner, we can probably catch up a bit more. Depending on what's going on with the others.
As Nyota walks past, the griffin's tail just proceeds to swat him on the flank, him not turning around at all as he just goes about prepping food. And for one day, Valor was happy.
Or at least for one more day.
Yes, at least for one more day.
But yeah, I'll get doing the washing up, and as I step out, I will check in on Chifundo, Mythic, and Pineapple.
Oh God, here we go.
All right.
No, stay inside. Stay inside. Do laundry. Save yourself.
The spigot is outside. I have to go outside to do laundry.
Yeah, admittedly, the spigot is just slightly off screen, so I will have to expand this out slightly. But so you would essentially going over this way, and as you walk out of the room, there is a glowing blue chifundo.
Oh no!
And it's about this, and as you're staring, both of the unicorns have a hoof, directly in the field, touching the fluff. However, Pineapple, bless his heart, seems to be trying to do a hoof stand. You see him rear back, you balance on a single foreleg, rear back, and click his two back hooves, sets him down, stands up, clicks his two back hooves, sets him down, reaches up and goes to click his two back hooves again and loses his balance, losing his grip from Chifundo, and there is just a very disoriented unicorn screaming.
As loath as I am for such cavalier treatment of a perfectly good bucket, I'm going to drop it with the sheets still inside and step over and make sure Pineapple is okay.
Roll luck.
Fail by 1.
All right, the bucket splashes, but it at least drops the any water gathered onto the sheets. If there is no water, it just flops to the ground.
Hey. Easy.
Wait, I'm back.
Easy. Yes.
I'm back.
I help him back to his feet. Okay.
In a word, terrified.
Yeah, okay. Well, take a minute to sit. Give me a second. I'm gonna go get you something to drink.
I know, I'm good. I'm good. And he points at Chifundo. I was inside of him, but I wasn't. But I was, but there was this temple, and falling, and some voice, and ooh, I'm never doing drugs again.
Actually, the drugs might actually help. But anyway,
Pineapple broken.
You didn't actually know it was possible for pupils to get more dilated.
Deep breaths.
He does as told.
All right. Are you familiar with meditation? I mean, I figure because you've got a horn, you probably have some idea of meditation.
As you say meditation, he looks at you, cocks an eyebrow. Masturbation? What? Like, just genuinely confused, still trying to gain sense of the world around him.
Meditation.
Isn't that the Wuji thing that the zebras do?
Yes, but it helps focus the mind in any individual. So
that would be a big no from me there, Captain.
Okay. Let me get you something to drink, and then we'll start.
Meanwhile, Mythic is still attached to Chifundo.
I mean, if Mythic is still attached to Chifundo and not actually, coming out of it on his own, he either knows what he's doing, or at some point, Chifundo's going to figure out and help him either get out, or Chifundo's not going to notice and Mythic's in serious danger. But right now, Pineapple is on the verge of a mental breakdown.
Okay. I was just wondering if you were going to Buck Mythic. You are not. Yeah, you...
I know how the daisy chain works. No.
Smart lad.
Night, Irvana.
Oh, good night, Irvana.
Night, Irvana.
Yes, you provide mental
Night, Irvana.
aftercare to the small. Well, the small is doing better. He just looks over. I smell a frat party.
Wheeze.
Okay. Well, no, I'm not the kind of stallion to kiss and tell. But anyway.
He goes red and just nods.
So, for meditation, first thing, get comfortable. Just sit or lay down or whatever. Whatever makes you comfortable.
All right. He nestles into place and just kind of loafs.
All right. Now, close your eyes and listen to your own breathing. Steady, deep breaths. Once you're focused on your breathing, any thoughts that come into your head, whatever's going on, notice them, acknowledge them, and let them pass. Don't focus on any one thing. Just notice it, acknowledge it, and let it go. Kind of like leaves on a river. They're there.
He stops and looks over. Oh, the sound of rain on Crater Lake. Yeah.
Yeah, and each one of those thoughts that's trying to intrude is like a raindrop on the lake. It makes a ripple, you notice it, and then it goes away.
It's a grand total of about 25 minutes to completely calm him down, talk out a little bit of what happened, and then get him through some kind of guided meditation. But Nyota, you were able to successfully lead the being into a meditative state.
All right. And whenever you are ready and you feel like you've acknowledged what you need to, you can just get back to doing whatever you were doing or whatever you feel you need to do. But one thing, for the love of the sisters, please, please don't touch Jafundo or Mythic until they both wake up.
He just looks up and nods once. Yes, sir.
And my name's Nyota. Please don't call me sir. It makes me feel old.
Yes, Nyota, sir. Sorry, sir. He just kind of mutters, it was so easier when I could just call you Zebra.
Yes, but acknowledging that I have a name is the first step to acknowledging me as a being.
You are a being. You are Sunset's husband.
Sunrise, but yes.
Okay. That makes more sense. I thought Wandering Sunset was a weird name.
Well, if you need someone to talk to, I'll be doing laundry. You're more than welcome to join me, but it's not exactly an exciting task.
He hops up to his hooves and just comes trotting over. I actually really like to do laundry.
Not this laundry, trust me.
Oh. just takes a big ol' whiff. I'm gonna go meditate over here some more.
Okay.
Oh, wait, actually, he comes over, angles his horn down. There's a quick flash of light, and they're not sparkling clean, but the physical contaminants have been removed. He definitely looks a bit winded, but smiles to you. I worked as help for a hotel, so all unicorns who work there are required by law to know the clean spell.
Oh, well, thank you. You didn't have to.
I would still recommend washing them because I don't think I can get all that scent out.
Oh, believe me, I was planning on washing them, and I know just the sort of soap to, make sure that they stay as fresh as they can for as long as they can.
He nods. Cool. I would offer you some detergent, but I left it back in South Shore.
That's okay. I have actual soap.
Oh, you do?
Yes. That's one of the few things I actually pride myself on is staying clean.
I always thought you smelled freshly laundered, but I don't know. He just kind of shrugs. I didn't realize that they use soap out in the wasteland.
Most people don't, but in my case, doing the long travels that I have, under the benefits of a shower or a bath with actual soap very quickly becomes addictive.
He just kind of, there's a flash of his horn and his pack is by his side again. And he rifles some things out and he pulls out it is actually in a kind of a marked box, but it is clearly hotel brand soap. It is a very small bar, and he passes it up to you. Here, I know that you were originally against me joining because, well, I know that I'm not really well liked because of where I come from, and I know that we kind of got off on the wrong hoof because, well, I mean, when you're told all your life that zebras are these horrible, monstrous things that cause the end of the world, well, you tend to believe that everything with stripes is bad. But you're really nice, and you haven't tried to eat me, or do any weird moon sorcery things. So I want to be friends with you, and I feel like soap in a wasteland is a good way to establish a friendship.
Depending on who you're offering it to, it could be much more than just a friendship, but we'll leave it at that. Thank you for the soap. And yes, while we did get off on the wrong foot, and to be completely fair, your entire town, well, the place you are from rankles my nerves something fierce.
Why?
Well, I mean, they did kind of turn my, at that point in time, my girlfriend, but my soon-to-be wife, over to the Enclave to be a breed mare.
That's awful.
Yes.
But wait, is that... I remember a big ship coming out of the sky. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Vertibucks and whatnot fly overhead before, so it's not that weird to see a ship of sorts, but that was the first time I think most of the town had ever seen something so big. That's a bit twisted.
Yeah. And, well, there may have been a little bit of bias against South Shore from the get-go because we were working with Soot. But to be fair, the guards...
So, wait, she's not dead?
No. Though the guards on the wall did do their best to make that, make her very dead. The tank we were in
Strapped to a
was...
dragon's arm.
No, Soot, there was... I was much younger, but I still remember the whole debacle with her and her mother died. So there's a right of succession thing. It was one family who established the town, and she was supposed to have ownership of it. She was born of the family, but because she had the misfortune of being born an Earth Pony, her great-grandmother wouldn't have any of it. Still, very much anti anything that doesn't have a horn.
Her grandmother sounds like a right cunt and should be ousted from office, but that's my opinion.
Anthracite keeps the town safe.
And apparently makes deals with the Enclave.
Well, I mean, they do bring us some supplies from time to time, and we do trade with them every now and then, but I didn't realize that they were horrible. I just assumed that they were someone that we had made a trade deal with a long time ago to move supplies. He just shrugs. But then again, I flunked out. I finished most of schooling, but I flunked out of the higher level courses, and I just worked at a hotel.
Well, since you're out here with us, just know that if you see anybody at all that is wearing the uniform of that particular group, they'll probably vaporize you sooner than talk to you.
That's
horrifying?
No, just then again, Nyota, sometime, maybe over a drink, I should tell you some of the propaganda that I had been told about zebras when I was younger. Because so far, I haven't seen you fart lightning.
I'm sorry, what?
Just all sorts of things. Like, they'll in old full stories, stuff my mother would read me when I was really young. This, I'll have to see if I could find it, but something like they're these horribly unkept things. Don't bring them into your home, or don't bring them into your home and feed them, or they'll fart a bolt of lightning and destroy your house. Don't make direct eye contact with them, because they'll burn you away with their intense zebra gaze. Be careful not to stare too long at a zebra before they entrance you with their pelvic sorcery. Just, all sorts of things. Like, you're the boogie pone.
I'm gonna have to remember that pelvic sorcery line. That's gold.
I was going to say, it sounds like someone's been watching Chifundo in some of his past lives too long.
So that's how he
Oh,
seduced
dear.
a pre-war Earth Pony. Pelvic sorcery.
Well,
Sound of Sunrise writing that down.
I'm going to be completely honest. We have a fair bit of time, and I've got some laundry to do. If you wanted to regale me with the propaganda and allow me to rebuke and maybe disillusion you of some of those ideas, I would be more than happy to.
Wow, their propaganda has zebras as monsters.
The story that Pineapple recants to you is a cross between Where the Wild Things Are and Left 4 Dead.
You know,
That's
the scary thing
horrifying.
is I can actually see somebody making a game or a mod for Left 4 Dead to include the Where the Wild Things Are monsters as specials.
Mixed with just a little bit of ridiculous, elemental affinity and or William Wallace-esque tales.
When Pineapple mentions about sort of rituals with the moon and stars, does Nyota, especially given that he's Skitari, just kind of whistle at those points?
I mean, the moon? No, that's not us. Some of us, the stars are very important for, including members of my tribe. But I'm a bit of an odd duck on that. My parents immigrated before the war really got into swing as, well, refugees. So, to be fair, I was born equestrian. About 200 years ago, give or take.
Wow.
Yeah. Mom kept to some of the traditional ideas, but we all just kind of found our way to Oasis and lived there until, well, what was left of the Legion found it.
So, wait, how come you're, as old as some of the pillars of the town, but you are,
Oh,
how
that's
come
a
you're still
long
hot and don't look like a potato that was left to dry out for 3 weeks?
Well, as I was saying, that's a long story, and if you wish to hear it, I will be more than happy to regale you with this. But
He's like, I've got sanity to burn.
It's part of the reason we're even here right now. See, 3 of us, me, Fundo, and Sunrise, we all carry a fairly unique bit of hardware inside of us that, well, have you ever played the Shell game?
Is that the one where... And he just kind of pantomimes the Shell game.
Yeah, where you've got one ball underneath the shell, and you mix them up, and you try and guess which one's got a ball under it.
Oh, I thought that was just called Ball in a Cup.
I learned of it as the Shell game, but yeah, Ball in a Cup is also pretty accurate.
No, Shell game makes more sense, yeah.
But now, imagine that each one of the cups actually has a ball of a different color under it. It's
So,
not the same ball
doesn't
that you...
Yeah, but doesn't that mean you win every time? Because no matter which cup you pick, you get a ball?
Yes and no. The difference is the ball is a soul, and the cup is the physical body that appears. So, say I die. Just hypothetically, I die. My ball goes under one of the cups, and there are now 2 other balls under the other cups, or multiple other balls. And those cups get shuffled around and shuffled around and shuffled around, and then some crazy force from out in the ether picks one of the cups, and whichever ball is under that cup comes out of this again. So it just so happened that this time around, my ball was picked. And so I'm back.
Huh. What's it like to be under the cup?
You know, as soon as I figure that out, I think I'll be one more step closer to kind of figuring out how to fix the issue that I'm currently dealing with.
I mean, I could always try to journey to the center of you.
Oh I
my.
appreciate that, but one of the big problems with that is that while I may be more than willing to welcome you in, my associate probably would not be too keen on having somebody else poking around in my mind.
Why do I get the feeling Pineapple was making the more lewd reference?
No, he's just like, I mean, I journeyed to the center of that zebra. I would like to journey to the center of a second zebra. I learned so much, like the fact that the color purple has a smell.
Yes, and it smells like strawberries, which is kind of counterproductive to the idea of purple.
Really? I got coriander.
Huh. Well, yeah. Different people have different senses.
Yeah, it's fair.
But if you're really interested in trying, I could try and talk to Ember and see if she'd be okay with it.
Who's Ember?
A longtime friend of mine who unfortunately got trapped in here with me. Or fortunately. It really is kind of 6 of one, half a dozen to the other with her.
He nods. She seems nice. I mean, you don't seem to be constantly screaming about her, so it must not be that much of an awful setup.
Oh no, it's actually quite enjoyable. It's just that
She can be opinionated.
Things have been awkward since we woke up this time around. I think it's because, well, whatever Sunrise did kind of changed how she was willing to express what was going on with me. Probably to try and give me a fresh start without any of the past hang-ups. It's complicated.
I'm finding that there's a lot of that in the wasteland.
Yeah, but if you just take this lesson to heart, any day that you're upright and breathing is a good day. The wasteland becomes a lot less scary.
That's true. And, admittedly, I feel a bit safer with Mythic around. He is a literal knight in shining armor.
Impulsive, valorous, a little bit too self-assured of his own abilities, but honestly, who isn't in the wasteland? To be fair, he's got the chutzpah to back it up, so I wouldn't say he's overconfident, but there are some times where I wish he'd just pump the brakes a little bit.
Okay. Consider the brakes pumped.
Oh, no, you're doing fine. I just mean, there are times where Mythic's impulsive attitude does tend to put him in situations where we worry for him, because while we might be able to get back up, well, to quote a movie title, he's only got one life to live.
Pineapple looks at you. There's a sort of cocky smirk on his face, and then he shakes his head and he goes back to being Bean and nods. Yeah, no, that's fair. I do worry about him when he goes mock stupid.
Guys, I'm standing right there. Oh, wait, that's right.
Yeah, and so I will take out one of the bars of sandalwood soap that I still have and gradually wash the sheets, and even go so far as to wash the pillowcase.
Did you take the peace offering bar of hotel soap?
Oh, yes.
It is lavender scented.
Huh. That could throw Sunrise for a loop. Actually, lavender and sandalwood really do mix well together.
Oh, dear God.
Also, lavender is supposed to aid with sleep.
Before I wash the pillowcase, I actually, empty out the soapy water and set the sheets aside to dry on the rack for a moment before I do the full rinse out, and take the time to wash the pillowcase in the lavender soap.
There is a small little clothesline set up that you can attach them to. They'll tangle dry in the breeze. And yeah, the soap takes well to the pillowcase. They smell really nice by the time you're done.
And so, rinse them out so that there's no soap residue left, but the scents have, made themselves known inside the fabrics, and hang them up to dry. And I will sit with Dear Pineapple while we wait for Chifundo and Mythic to come out of their communal communing.
All right. And I guess that we will pick up next time with the adventures of Mythic and Chifundo inside of Chifundo.
On the ending note of washing sheets, zebra philosophy, and apparently zebrakin crotch magic.
And we'll also find out if Mythic burns out, or maybe Pineapple might actually push a little too hard and go bonkers.
In the meantime,
next time on Dead Tree,
I have some things. First off, yes, I am back from the convention. Yes, I will be streaming more regularly. We are going to start doing some group games. Second, do contact me on Discord again, guys. I don't have anybody who's like pinged me and said I want in. If you would like to join in on the idea of us starting a book club, I need at least 10 of you before I'm willing to go, okay, sure. Because I also have to account that if I get 10 of you, at least 3 of you aren't going to show up. I know you people. I know how it works. MT, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. You have to do that manually. Cole and Fold Papers and J18JS and MJS Filmco and Zone 51 Watcher and Hypescotch. Hi! Welcome, make yourselves at home. Popcorn's over there, soda's over there, panty drawers back there. Minty, Sketchy Rivet, Everfree Magnus, and Linzabi! By the way, Linzabi, you don't get stream boss. They sniped you out real fucking fast.
Well,
like
did it stop?
It was like that church main. Linzabi's like, ha! And then somebody else is like, ha! Then somebody else is like, ha! Then somebody else is like, ha ha! All with guns pointed at each other's head.
Well, I start these things and then everybody else jumps in, so you and Moon are taken care of.
Mostly, but yes. Orvana, you have, I know you're asleep, but you have 2 months, and I have to come up with a tier 3 badge, with a 3-year badge next month. I still haven't done that. I only have like a week to do that. I feel bad. Darth Revan, Frazier, Ponychick, Zavin. Oh, God, thank you guys for the hosts. Holy shit, that's a lot of hosts. In the meantime, that's it. I'll see you all tomorrow, right? Is that what we're doing? You guys aren't going to be here, but everybody else will be.
Good night.
Yeah, I can hang out, but
Night night.
I am Adagio. I've been Nyota this evening.
Anybody else?
I'm that
Led
pony, and I
Zombie
play
and-
Mythic.
Whoop. Okay.
Oops.
I am Linzabi, and I am the voice of the recapper and occasional disturbance known as Twitty. Also known as a very cute little sovereign who's eventually going to be a queen.
Hey, I'm Hedy. I play Chifundo, and occasionally I threaten Twitty with a bomb collar.
Hey, coffee.
MT, that's your cue. MT.
Oh, I didn't realize it was my cue. I thought there were more people. Hi, I'm the MT and I play Arcane Gears.
Moon.
I am Moon. I am GM. Rar.
And I'm Fiora. I'm your
People
streamer.
sound tired and should go get some sleep.
I'm your streamer.
No,
and
I
play
just
Go ahead.
I just need more caffeine, and the chocolate covered espresso beans aren't doing it.
And I'm Fiora.
Do I need to send you?
I play Sunrise, and I'm your streamer. So good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.